Ladies and gents, welcome back. Welcome back. My God, this feels weird doing it on my channel, Pablo. It feels like, I think it's been like 2 weeks, I think, with the ES Hub stuff. But we're back, and we've got just the one game for us two this evening, but there's a few more going on this evening. But this one that we've got starting up very, very shortly will be another juicy one for us, because it's a matchup that we haven't seen, I don't think, so far. So it's a good opportunity to kind of see where both teams are at, and especially Liquidate Solar as well, because they've done well from what we've seen so far. Obviously now they're up against a very difficult outfit in Mystaken Identity.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably the most interesting matchup we've seen outside the VS Hub. Obviously, I think this is going to be the first real test for Tommy's team. I think JNW, JT, Leon, and Dave, especially with Dave, who I think is probably, no offense, he can marginally better. And I just think when he did sub in for them, he kind of fit in really well. But obviously, you know, we talk about players on a streak and playing really well. But Leon is definitely one of those players who can just take over the game. So big moment right there, big test. Everything all right?
All right, Babs, you're gonna. I completely forgot that we've got this, Mr. Aqua with the resub. Thank you very much, brother. What a man. And oh no, I made the mistake, right, of putting the Cristiano Ronaldo "Soo" noise as a redemption thing. I've got one which is the button here, right, and I've got one which is 500 points more, which is I have to do it, right? And oh no, they're already abusing it. They're already abusing it. Jack, I'm not doing 3 in a row. I'll do them in good time. Fuck. I didn't realize how many channel points people
Keep
have.
it going.
I didn't realize how. I'll do one now. I'll do one in between the maps because there's way too many right now. There you go. That's what you're getting for now. I need to have breaks between them, otherwise I'll lose my voice before we even get going. But yeah, that was a really big mistake. I think I need to probably change the amount because I have underestimated how many people have channel points, and they've just been sat there because I've not had the good ones to redeem. They've just been chilling now. It's like your death metal thing, Pablo. As soon as that you realise, you're like, right, I need to bump it out.
150,000 channel points makes people think before they decide to get it.
Oh.
And you literally said to me the other day that word or phrase is too cheap.
Oh, I know. I was just like, I've made a mistake here. Because right, Jack's redeemed. How many has he redeemed? Right, he's 1, 2.
Can you not just do an extra long one?
You know, I'll run out of air.
You know, like one of them Brazilian commentators when they score.
Like, para Messi, goal. Well, Rutter's done one off the button. There you go, let's do that one. And Mr. JT with the sub, thank you very much, brother. I'll do another one now because they have redeemed a lot of them and lots of people have done it. So I'll do... we'll get into map 1 and you'll just have to do it, Pabs, because I won't have a voice.
Man, you know my feelings on the subject.
There's another one. And Specs with the sub as well. That's worthy of one. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you. Oh man, this is just going to be brutal. It's just going to be a stream of C, all stream long. But yeah, back onto the game, Pablo. We do also. I'll try and divert it back. It's going to be a while because
you've got to save a few for those big moments.
Yeah,
just cut the commentary.
I can do the mid cast as well. Oh, Mr. F dot with the sub as well. That's worthy of one. There you go, and the button as well. I'll give it. It's too fun. It's too fun. There's so many that I can just ram out. Oh no, Joey's with a sub as well. God's sake. Thank you, mate. But, yeah, maps, Pablo. That's what we were saying. Maps, right? Get back onto the maps because
we'll soon.
Yeah, we obviously we know our maps for these lot. Is there any particular talking point that you want to bring up with them? I think we do have. Do we have Bocage in this one? Yeah, we do. Just right at the end. But we're seeing another double Berlin.
It's the evil Bocage S&D, so it doesn't count. Double Berlin, mate. Every time it's become the popular choice, hasn't it? So we're gonna see this all the time. You guys are just so uninspiring when it comes to map choices. But thankfully, we have yet to come across a 5-map set of Bocage, just solid Bocage. So which is sound. But yeah, double Berlin, Gavutu, and Tuscan. I think we've already cast a variation of this maybe 3 times this week. So very popular choice at the minute.
Yeah, and another thing as well, obviously that Dave is currently filling in. Deacon's no longer with the Liquidate Identity, so we'll see the dynamic duo of JT and Dave as well in this team of 4. So it's a pretty mixy 4 at the moment between these lot with JW, Leon, and those two. So they've got a lot of work on their hands here, Liquidate. So if they want to come out with something here.
Well, I mean, one thing you can guarantee is Mystaken Identity will just come out. They play from the start the way they play at any point in the rest of the series, but you can't really say the same for Liquidate Solar, who generally do start quite slowly. So, you know, unless Gaza can get off the blocks in the same way that Ghost, I suppose, did midway through our kind of like casting over Vitalize, I think it might be a problem for them, and Mystaken Identity might just run away. You're getting subbed to death, man. This is
being
quality.
battered. I feel bad for interrupting you. Sorry, mate. Rutter, thank you so much, brother. And Strider with the gifted sub as well. That's worthy of a few. I have to spam it. I will do them, guys. I will do them in between maps, I promise. But just before, I do want to chat to Pablo and not blend his ears up with constant soos.
Mate, at least yours are at a normal volume.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The button is quite loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't anticipate how loud it would be. I might need to tweak that, but I just thought, you know, it was a good idea at the time, and then I realised when people were like, "Oh, great, I've got 50,000 channel points in the works at the moment," especially Siege. But it's quite ironic actually that it's huge as well, because that kind of works with it, doesn't it? But when he comes in, I think he's got absolutely stacks of it.
Yeah, I think he's got Twitch on one screen. He works on the other, like almost permanently. So he just racks up the channel points.
Just there hitting the little box button every time, just like 50.
Yeah.
And obviously he uses them. He bets on them as well, and he always seems to get it right. This for me, so he's stacked with a considerable amount of them. But back onto the game. We'll try again before we get spammed quickly with a quick break. But Liquidate Solar, we saw them play. Was it yesterday? Or was it?
Yeah, yeah.
They did very well.
Dominant.
Then. They're looking like a decent four this year, from what we've seen. They look to be a decent side. I think a lot of teams will be bad to overlook them, especially in this one, because they've come out with some big wins in this.
I've actually got them as a team of 5 because for some reason I've got Seabiz in there, which is really worrying. But yeah, no, they look so much more comfortable on Vanguard than they did. Well, obviously, Homeless and Gaza, I guess, than on Cold War. But yeah, they just seem to be firing on all cylinders. I know they haven't had the first game against Casual White wasn't exactly the strongest. They weren't really put under any pressure. They had a little bit more pressure last night and dealt with it really well. But this is another level for them. So this is the big test. They know that going into this. They've played JMW and JT before, so they'll know that these guys are gonna, be very difficult. But I think it should be a good game.
Yeah, when we look at the maps, I mean that double Berlin at the start. As much as I don't like to say it's going to be difficult for certain teams, but we've seen how good Mystaken Identity can be on a Berlin, especially on the search as well. We always flag up Leon when he opts to whip out the sniper. He tends to do very, very well with it. So that double Berlin is looking very difficult right off the rip for Liquidate Solar. So are you potentially looking past those two and saying they've got to try and make something of map 3, 4, and 5, or do you think they need a bit more credit than that?
No, I think they're probably going to be able to hold their own in Berlin hardpoint. But yeah, I think just Berlin S&D, I just think if JT plays up to his standards, that he can be really good. And Leon, again, you've just got to watch that cross over mid. You've got to watch and if they push that kind of A-bomb site as well, going across towards the dock side, it's just, he's so good with it. We've seen him drop 3 players with it. So again, it's just being able to just keep that. And we know how aggressive some of the players are in Liquidate Solar. So
I think this is a really good benchmark for them now to see how good they actually are. If they come out and make a series out of this, then they can pretty much hold their heads up high regardless of what the score is. Even just taking a couple of maps off of these, there's not many teams can do. And it's interesting now because we're going from arguably the 2 best teams in Europe. We're going back to ACCL, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how the style of play differs and the pace, because we always bring it up, don't we, about how those top level teams, their pace is next level kind of pace. So I'm intrigued to see kind of how that pace is in comparison, and also potentially if some of the guys have been peeping over at the ES Hub stream, see if they've got some kind of similar approaches to the breaks to what we've seen the likes of August, the young Cretins actually have.
Yeah, I would expect, JMW's is just relatively smart in his approach towards the game, so he will have been watching, the higher level teams and looking for that kind of information in terms of, you just noticed it's not just the speed, it's the smoothness of which they kind of execute the strategies, but not just that. They commit the perfect amount of players at the right time. They've got one player who can hold down a hill, for 15 to 20 seconds when, the players at this level might struggle if they get swamped. So Yeah, there's a few things that can be different, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I would expect a JMW side to execute fairly similarly, just that and not at the same pace. But
Yeah.
obviously, I would say that Liquidate Solar, I think they're probably still in that phase where they're still trying to figure themselves out. Never mind trying to look at other people's strategies and employ them.
Yeah. So we are just waiting. We're just waiting on. Oh no, everyone's in. We're just waiting on Mr. JT to switch sides, and we haven't really seen many mistaken identity games with him in, Pablo. So it's actually going to be quite interesting to see how they do with him in the side. Obviously, he's the player that they're used to playing with, and obviously Dave, a very accomplished player, so he'll be able to do pretty much anything for any team. But yeah,
he slipped right in last time. It was he was like almost like a foreman. It was I think actually when Deacon did eventually join in after David played, it was not a drop off, but it definitely wasn't the same side. And obviously, was it Ubi who was the other player that filled in for them?
Because they had Ubi and Dave filling in at one point.
I would say Dave was like a smart player. He racks up decent numbers, and I just thought he was probably the perfect fourth for them, And if he can just get into that kind of way that JMW likes to see players play, then I think they're going to be a solid side. And I'd like to see them play that vitalized team with Vega in again, and just see where they are. That would be a good benchmark for them again, just to see where they've moved on to, and hopefully see them just get a little bit further along the kind of challenges world.
Yeah, and big shout out to. I just want to quickly mention everyone in the chat who is returning. Thank you very much, guys, for all the subs, all the love. So it's been 2 weeks since we've casted over on this channel. I always see you guys though over in the ES Hub ones over on Pablo's channel. So big shout out to everyone who is coming back and spamming the new button of doom, which I might have to calm down or turn the volume down. And Strider with the gifted sub once again. Thank you very much, brother. The man in the US of A. Absolutely ripping it up. But another talking point as well, Pablo, while we wait, is we've got the next cup, haven't we? On I think it's the 9th of January.
Yep.
I believe that is the one coming through with control as well. I believe that's when they're actually going to put control in, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is the one they're looking to actually bring it into.
You have to fix it first.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing that I'm worried about is that, I mean, teams
even if they fix it. Yeah, even if they fix it, I'm not sure whether teams will play it. I think I saw a conversation with Niall earlier that just said that if they fix control some point next week, if they patch it midweek, we'll probably just take the GB route and just play 2 S&Ds and just replace the 2 hard points. So, I mean, however it works or however they're able to work it, I guess if control comes in too late, they just won't play it, and that's fair enough. Like why try and play a game mode that could still be problematic? Because don't forget, it could get patched and still present problems. Just because the devs think that the spawns are fixed, the comp players will know if there's an issue straight away. So
I mean, we've seen it anyways. Like some of the maps obviously being taken out completely. The teams are obviously just kind of taking it into their own hands almost to try other maps, like the likes of Oasis. That was one trying in, and kind of Gentleman's being right. Okay, well, give this one a go, see if that one can go in. So it's almost like the players are kind of having to do their own thing at the moment, which is, I suppose in some ways it's a benefit in that the players kind of know what works, so you can kind of count on their like trusted opinion, especially like the North American lads like Parasite and those guys who have been around a while, so they know what makes a good Call of Duty map. But at the same time, it's kind of like you need a bit of backing from the guys who are running the game.
It's wild when you think that back in the day, if you go back a few Call of Duties, maybe more than 3, that the GAs and the balancing required was less kind of intensive than it is now. You could write a thesis on the GAs, the choices of maps. I mean, I'm almost certain that every single comp player would have Demyansk removed from the rotation. It's least favorite map, but it's the only other alternative map from the ones that we've got presently, and it's a disgrace. So, like, it's wild when you think that aligned with the poor map choice, and this is meant to be the Call of Duty with 5 billion maps at the start of the game, but you can only use fucking 5 of them for comp. So it's wild. And then GAs, and then we're not even moving on to Codcaster. So in terms of balancing, we were looking at an MP40 STG meta, and then issues with Vital, and you've already onto the Automaton, and we're back to 2 guns. It's insane.
Yeah, so off from old blokes ranting into the game we go onto map number 1, Berlin Hardpoint. And yeah, this is going to be a mixy one, Pablo, because we know kind of what both teams can do, and we mentioned if Liquidate can somehow try and pinch a respawn or a map even. They've done a really good job. They're obviously up against a very talented team in Mystaken Identity. So are there any particular players that you're kind of looking to on the side of Liquidate Solar that you think, right, these guys, they need to have a big game if they're going to try and get anything out of this?
It's got to be Gaza from the outset. You know, time and time again, we've watched him and he's been really slow to pick up kills. And by the third game, he's amazing, but then first 2 games can just be absolutely appalling. So really need Gaza to get flying out the blocks if these guys want a chance to hang with a team as accurate and as able as these.
Yeah, and already 4 kills right off the rip to wipe every single man. So that scrap time will go in favour of the boys of Liquidate Solo. It looks as though... Sorry, I think I didn't can't get in the teams wrong already. Blimey, we're on the first game in the first map. It's not looking.
You've got a long night ahead as well.
I know, we've got a lot of games, yes. And oh, Mr. Ben Wilson, what a man! Thank you very much for the sub, brother. Just with the nice. Thank you very much, mate. So already, it looks as though the slaying's already coming through for Mystaken Identity. They're going to look to try and get in the hill, Liquidate Solar, and they've done a good job, at least for the time being, to work their way in. But now it's just a case, Pablo, they've got to just try and hold the waves of red arrows that are inevitably going to try and work their way over and disrupt the party.
Yeah, they got over nice and early, which is definitely that you would expect a team like Liquidate Solar to move quite quickly and transition quite well. So yeah, I think that's great to form. The real question is, can they kind of repel the next wave of attacks from Mystaken Identity? We've got Dave, who's relatively slow off the blocks on a 1 and 4, but more worryingly, JT does look like he's firing on all cylinders. It feels like he hasn't played this game in ages, and this is, you know, when you have that first game back and you suddenly drop a 60 from nowhere, and you're like, holy hell. Well, I think that might be tonight's game for JT, but yeah, Gaza and the boys doing okay so far, but Atomic definitely carrying the load. He's on a 5, so that glide bomb's already there, mate. That might play super important.
A really big moment there coming through from Atomic. A really good start from him. Currently 6 and 3. And Liquidate Solar, they've got that important rotation as well. So it's going to be down to the boys of Mystaken Identity to try and force their way in towards the hill. But JT, the man that we flagged up before, managed to only just take down 1 on that occasion. So again, Mystaken Identity, they're going to have a second bash at this. And it looks as though BMW will be working his way down this right-hand side to try and secure potential spawns here. He does have a couple of players around him. And although they've managed to get in, and at least nearby, the break still needs to come, Pablo. And it's looking as though they're making a good job of this once again, Liquidate Solar, as they look to try and push this lead out even further.
Yeah, really nice place from Gaza. They committed 2 over towards the dockside, towards that kind of road, and Gaza was quite high up in the lane, and it's caught JMW by surprise, and I think that's what's allowed the boys from Liquidate. And, you know, if they're able to get the spawns to the bottom, then this could be an interesting, but unfortunately, they are going to continue to spawn out the back. So foot race time, Major, as we see them trying to get into position, which is going to be tricky when you've got JMW and Leon waiting for you over towards the tracks.
Yeah, Leon currently in turret mode at the top here. If he can manage to spot Gaza just below him. JMW actually manages to grab the kill as well, but number 7 Am round the back he goes. He gets spotted and will drop. So this is looking like a good opportunity now. Mystaken Identity to regain the lead here. They don't currently have anyone on the hill. Leon is now going to get on it. Don't make me my words once again. And now we're actually going to see the glide bomb be invested early in here, Atomic. And this is definitely one of the hills, Pablo, that you can kind of justify using the glide bomb on, because there's a few that are a bit more difficult to use it on. It looks as though Gaza was going to try and use that for an opportunity to work round the back, but unfortunately, it looks as though the boys of Liquidate Solar, they all get wiped, so Streak's now down, and they don't get the time for it either.
JMW is the actual devil. He's so good at getting into really awkward places, and you know, if you're not counting the players that you're killing, he can take advantage of it, and he's round the back and gets 2. JT drops 2, and you know, the boys from Mystaken Identity look all of a sudden look super dominant. And right now, when you've got, you know, Dave on a 9 and 8, and we talked about what a great fill-in he's been and an improvement on Deacon. Man, Mystaken Identity and dirty, just as you say it. Dave goes and gets big on the 6.
Oh, I don't like giving Dave gas. He's a very good player, and we're just seeing it now at the moment. He's kind of having his fun with the way of Liquidate Solar. 8 in a row now for him. And there's still another man above him in Tommy. Is he going to manage to spot him? Check the corner. Spots his gun. There's 9 now for Dave. So he's now absolutely tearing through. And this is the kind of role that we mentioned before, Pablo. When he kind of goes on this free roaming role and he just goes for kills, he just seems to chop players down left, right and centre. And he's showing it once again here as he's only 1 away. He will finally fall just short of double figures, but a good moment there for the boys Mystaken Identity, and they've got the time to show for it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, you know, Liquidate Solar have done kind of well to stay within, you know, 10 or 15 points of this team, because you've got Dave going absolutely off on huge streaks, you know, in playing that role where he can go anywhere he wants. You've got JMW with really intelligent flanks, and they're going to get spawns unless it is going to be Tommy himself looking to get round the back. So this is going to be a really, really good test for the boys in orange. But right now, they're not able to turn that slaying power into really effective time. I would suggest Mystaken Identity really do need to to get a little bit more time on that board.
So now 30 points the difference between these two. Mistaken Identity, they're back on that P1, soaking up more time. It looks as though Ami's going to get spotted, just trying to make a flanking play. Not going to come off on that occasion. And Atomic on the other side, he will manage to grab his kill though on that occasion. And now it looks as though Gaz is going to try and do the same. Is he going to check his corner? No, he's not. He will get shot in the back. So good opportunity now for Mistaken Identity, even more so. 30 seconds have passed. Pretty much every single one of them has gone their way. And now the trades looking to come through. Dave once again just soaking up the time for now. Spots Am, nice shots to take down him. Still a couple of players ready and waiting. Gaza just manages to time himself to go through the door, but it looks as though it's been pretty much a full stack 60 seconds for the boys of Mistaken Identity, and now the deficit, Pablo, is going to be even more difficult for Liquidate.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed to turn that slaying power into time. And when you consider that Leon and JMW aren't having a particularly amazing game, they've got 40 seconds between them, and you know they're only just positive with JMW, slightly negative. They're having a really good game. If those two guys start to pick up, this is just they're going to run away with this tie. So a lot of work for Liquidate Solar to do. I mean, they've got kind of even kills across the board for themselves, but again, they're just not able. They're just pointless kills again. They're not able to turn that into effective time. So this is a big moment to suggest if they don't get any kill time in this could be problematic, and that kill feed, mate, is just red all the time.
Yeah, the boys of Mistaken Identity are really starting to come into their own element now. JT doing well, likewise is Dave. The SMGs on the side of Mistaken Identity are really putting the boys of Liquidate Solar to the sword now. They are on the time. Leon kind of waiting to see whether or not he can try and make a break. I think he might have finessed his way towards the hill here. Manages to take down Tommy, and there's still going to be another player here. Atomic. Oh, Leon. Oh, God. He has just battered all three of them, taken the scrap time, and Mistaken Identity going to push it closer to that 200-point mark now.
Leon doesn't not need a sniper. He can do it with anything. He's wild. You know, you consider how quiet he was at the start, and we said, you know, if those players are gonna pick up, this could be a massive problem. And already we're seeing this huge deficit now, over 70 seconds, and it's classic Mistaken Identity, and you're just seeing them. You know, they're playing with the food almost now.
Yeah, so they do have the rotation now, Liquidate. So they did manage to clear out those initial players. So now they're really going to look to try and hold this time here. Gaza, nice work though, manages to cut down Dave and JT in that phase of play. So see now whether or not Mistaken Identity can work their way through the front, because they do have Tommy. Pretty much, I think it's Atomic and Am as well that are currently locked up in the hill, so they're doing a good job of this at the moment, and they're getting a solid amount of time to show for it. But Dave, around the front, he comes through, manages to take down one. Gaza just slow picking the corner, but another kill for Dave to put 3 in a row. And this scrap time now, Pablo, is really starting to add up for Mistaken Identity, and this is kind of the phase where you worry for Liquidate. So if they start fighting for every single bit of scrap time, they obviously then lose out on the rotation, and Berlin is a map that can punish teams for doing that.
Yeah. Absolutely, and you know, you still want to see them effectively trade, not to start conga lining into the hill and just getting destroyed, because that can happen when you've got players as strong as JT and JMW. And obviously you've got Dave, who's just come into the team and absolutely, you know, cemented that 4th place, so totally deserved. But right now it is definitely that worrying period of time where they can just take 10-15 seconds off the next couple of hills and stroll into game 2.
Yeah, JMW looking to try and help out his boys there. I just lagged on that one because he went a bit skippy on my screen. Maybe it was mine, who knows. But Atomic, he is able to grab a couple of kills. They've still got Gaza out the back, though. It looks as though he's receiving a few bullets from pretty much every single direction. So Liquidate Solar now, they've got to be careful. 25 seconds or so remaining for the boys of Mistaken Identity. They can't win off this hill. And I think, yeah, Jack is lagging balls at the moment, from at least from my perspective anyway. So not too much of an issue for him. But as we go over towards the next hill, it will be up to the boys of Liquidate Solar, pretty much, Pablo, to have damn near perfect hard point if they can manage it, which is going to be a difficult ask now against these boys.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining, mate. This has been a reasonably comfortable game for the boys from Mistaken Identity, and across the board they just performed really, really well. Everyone's got like a good chunk of time. Obviously JT going off with nearly 3 minutes, that's insane. But yeah, they just look so much more dominant. And again, we talk about, you know, these games where they're not 100-point club in these teams, but they at no point in this game looked like they were going to lose. So yeah, I would suggest this has to be a near perfect moment for the boys in orange if they even want to consider picking up this game 1. Again, game 2 could be super interesting, though, but I would suggest right now it's looking very favourable for Mistaken Identity.
Trying to do his best, stay alive. He's going to get taken down. Atomic with a grenade and hope that it lands in one of the back pockets of the Mistaken lads. But there are a couple of kills going back and forth, so Liquidate Solar, they are still going to be on that hill. Atomic really keep his head down here, though, because if he gets traded out and his teammate does as well, which is going to happen, it lmes as though, I'm not sure whether Mistaken Identity can win off of this hill or not. We'll have to see. And Dave manages to grab a couple of kills. I think they've contested it just for long enough, but those red arrows, they're there. They're ready to go. And that is going to be map number 1 finished. 250 to 178 in favour of Mystaken Identity. And a pretty bread and butter performance there from those boys, Pabs.
Yeah, absolutely, and we kind of expected it. We realised that they're kind of like a cut above this Liquidate Solar side, but that was dominant in a kind of dismissive way. They just didn't look ever under any pressure. And when you've got your new fourth playing as well as Dave, that's an MVP kind of game right there. Then they just look solid as a 4-piece right now. And again, we spoke about this earlier on. It would be really nice if they continue in this series to just dominate, to see how they fare against that Vitalized team. So I'd be really interested just to see where they are in terms of their capabilities. But right now, a bit of an uphill struggle for the boys in orange.
Yeah, and obviously now we've got another Berlin. Obviously Search and Destroy in this one, so you could again kind of make the argument that Liquidate Solar, for the time they've been together, their strats might be a little more fluid than Mystaken Identity, but you can't really look past the talent this roster's got, regardless of kind of how long a team's been together. They need to be very, very good. Like, even if just a match of kind of quality players, you'd still expect Mystaken Identity to kind of have a general understanding of what they're going to do on this map.
Yeah, I think we've cast them previously, and wasn't that we wrote them off, but we did say, I think, that going into the Berlin S&D that they potentially would struggle against the team they were playing against at the time. And then Leon in the first round drops 3 with the sniper, and we're just like, well, there's another bowl of words that we're going to eat. But yeah, they just, regardless, I think, of how long Liquidate Solar have been together, just as an S&D outfit, we know JT can go big in these games, and obviously we know JMW, you expect him to play. If he doesn't play well, you expect him to direct his team like a puppet master, again with the hands. Just in case anyone wondered what a puppet master looked like. But yeah, you would expect to know. We saw JMW have a particularly bad S&D the other day, and they still won. So I just think this team are just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, they're a team where if you're not all at the races, they punish you for it regardless. If they're not getting kills, they're in the right positions where they don't need a huge amount of kills to get a decent time. And kind of, I suppose that's where, as much as we don't want to say it, the skill disparity at times between some of the teams and the likes of Mystaken Identity that we've seen towards the end of Cold War in some of the divisions, they're right up the top. And there's not many teams that can kind of say they're in a similar bracket, at least.
No, they're one of the few teams that you would suggest that just kicking below the kind of household names we're used to from challenges. So I would suggest they're kind of, just tickling underneath the likes of CD and players like that. They're that kind of player, they're that kind of caliber. So, and we've seen it with Vega and with the boys from Vitalize as well. And I would suggest that there's very little difference between them themselves and Mystaken Identity, especially when Mystaken Identity are really on form and playing as a good 4-piece. So, and Dave just looks like an absolutely perfect pickup, and it's nice to have seen that evolution as well. When they've picked up a couple of subs, they've tried out a few players, and it looks like they found the players. So again, we talked about that evolution in terms of just this lead up to this really important point in January. Teams are still just settling.
Yeah, so we are now hopping into map number 2, guys. So Berlin, once again. And there it is, Pablo. It's gold this time, so we are going to see some sniper plays right off the rip. Cannot complain about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to look forward to finally seeing snipers back in S&D. So yeah, this should be legit. It's nice to see AM with a bit of confidence. He can be a really, really good S&D player, but this is going to be a big round for them, mate. And they really do need to get that first blood and get one round on the board.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether Leon is. He is in. Him and JMW, I think, have gone for a piss break because they're currently not playing at the moment, and it looks as though JT and Dave, the only mobile players in the early stages. So First Blood Gaza is going to grab it. So first kill going the way of Liquidate Solar. And it looks as though they might have an inkling that the bomb has been dropped as well. You can see there's a few players stacked up over this side. Dave, can he manage to grab the kill? He puts a couple of bullets there into Gaza to back him down. And Atomic is actually going to grab a kill as well. So now this is a difficult opportunity. Very small one at that as well. But Dave manages to grab a kill, and he manages to get out as well with lightning quick reflexes as he manages to reduce it to a 3-2.
What? I honestly didn't mean to interrupt them, but he played his life so well. He was so close to getting cut down, and I think he just realised that sixth sense some players have where they know when to dip is just unreal, and they brought it back to a 2 versus 3. This is going to be a big moment for Atomic, who does manage to drop Dave, so that's important. Ooh!
Ooh.
That's dirty. Leon is so good with that sniper.
Yeah, Leon, unfortunately, not going to be able to grab any more kills, though. But we just saw a little glimpse there, Pablo, of what he's got to offer. So hopefully in the next round, if he gets moving a little bit sooner, we'll probably we'll see some more moments like that from Leon, because we've seen plenty of them already this year.
The confidence to just walk into an S&D like that with a sniper and then just get the quick scope and dip out. Unfortunately, couldn't get the second, but honest to God, that it's just great to see it back. Honestly, it's great to see players with the confidence to pull it out as well.
So we'll stay on board with Leon. Grab first kill, one shot, one kill. Yet we'll see if he can manage to potentially get a pick here in round number 2. Liquidate Solar. 1-0 up. We'll see if Leon can. For a pick here, he's going to go to the high ground, but you can see the smokes coming across the map there. Just looking to try and grab some players, and JMW actually manages to make the most of a nade, so he will grab the first blood onto Gaza. Down. Oh, he knows that Leon's up there. That's a brave shout by any standards, and he's looking to try and get the shots out onto JMW, but Jack has absolutely none of it, so now it's just going to be a 2 versus 4, and Am and Atomic, they've got a lot of work to do against these lot, and now Atomic is the last man.
Well, I think it's a big ask for a 1v4 against any team, but against these boys who are going to be, very well set up. And I just think this is going to be this is the moment you would normally see a player dip from the map.
Atomic managed to grab 1 versus 3 now. See where that bomb is, Pablo. The red arrows are. It feels like any single corner that he turns around, they're going to spot him. Oh, and are we going to see something spectacular on there? Yep.
Oh!
Okay, here we are.
Wow, that's just dirty. He's got to be clipped. That is going to haunt Atomic forever. That's just Leon. And again, we highlighted him at the beginning to say he's sensational with the sniper, and he just proves it again. He's absolutely racking up the kills. Initially we had the conversation about the inefficiency, especially when you're left in that kind of 1v2, 1v3 situation as a sniper, but he just makes it look effortless.
He's very, very good with the sniper. Probably a little bit better than us, perhaps, not going to lie. But it looks as though he's managed to grab 2 kills now, has Leon. His boys looking to go over towards the A site once more. So Atomic going to have a bit of work to do here. And it looks as though JT has crossed over, and he might be able to make a pinch hit. Quick enough with it. It looks as though he's going to try and get a sneaky spot for the nade. So he will manage to land in. Won't manage to collide with anyone, though. Now JMW and the boys, they're going to look to try and work in. Just edge their way in ever so slightly, but there's the first blood. JT manages to take down Am, who was just caught up in the corner, and now here come the boys of Mystaken Identity. 1 kill for Dave. Teely able to make the trade though, so it will now be a 2 versus 3. But now they've got the all-important kind of control of that A site, Pabs. It's going to be difficult for these lads to try and break in now.
A beautiful break and trade as well, absolutely, and we can see how difficult the sniper is to use in them close quarter combats. And this is now a 2v1 with Tommy with a lot to do, but it's not impossible. I would suggest this is probably their best opportunity to get kind of a sensational clutch. But yeah, that break from the boys from Mystaken Identity just to drop the players in the bomb site was unreal, and it does look like that could be the end of him. Mystaken Identity obviously gonna continue this very dominant performance so far, but that break, mate, was just unreal into the bomb site.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of where if you're maybe Liquidate Solar, you maybe need to commit more players to a bomb site if that's the one you're going to try and prioritize, because when you see Mystaken Identity hit a bomb site, it's usually with 3, potentially 4 players. So if Liquidate Solar pretty much don't have everyone there, they've got to be so efficient in trades and so quick to make the plays or the split decision, because Mystaken Identity, they will punish you if you do it slowly and you don't transition over quickly. And we saw it again there once they managed to push their way in. It was always going to be a difficult battle for Liquidate Solar to work their way back into.
Yeah, I think the thing Liquidate Solar need to work on when they're outside of the game is there's something that someone, you would have to say, like the young cretins do really well, which is they get information without dying. They play their lives really well. And I just think Liquidate Solar maybe just a little bit overcautious in just trying to get information, which Mystaken Identity can obviously do at a whim. And right now it just looks very solid for the boys in red. But Teely with a really important first blood. We spoke about this earlier on as well. That could be super vital to the success of the boys in orange as well. Liquidate Solar need that first blood.
Yeah, and Teely able to grab another one. Leon going to crack Atomic though with the sniper once again. Grab his third of the search. They are now planting the bomb. Tommy is going to get it down over towards A, and he does have Am next to him, but now it's just a case of where are they going to position themselves on this occasion to try and stop Mystaken Identity working their way in. Jack peeking. Oh, Leon with a couple of shots in through the door, and he's actually going to bait a little bit of shots coming through from Tommy as well. And JMW, there's the important first kill to enter it up, and Tommy, he's not able to finish off the kill as well as he gets spun on by Leon, and a cheeky little teabag out of Jack for good measure as he manages to make it 5 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to look like at a player like Homeless to drop that player there, and then he needs to win
Yeah.
that gunfight. But again, the quality coming out of Mistaken Identity. Like if you're going to miss your first 2 shots, you're going to die. And even though it does look like Leon winded his first one, he just snaps onto him really, really well. But yeah, just across the board, man, Mistaken Identity have just got quality written all over them.
So now 3-1 up. They do have that glide bomb as well as mentioned. So Jack, the when he's going to try and use this one, and we'll see what Mistaken Identity try and do on this attacking round as well. So going to be heading over towards the B site alongside Tommy. We'll see if they can manage to make a quick transition to try and stop these players from at least getting over towards the B bomb site, because it's something we've flagged up multiple times, Pablo, is as soon as that bomb goes down at B, it is just so difficult for players to just retake the site, because it's just not easy to work across that street and get in the building.
Yeah, and this is one again you talked earlier on about stacking a particular site. Obviously it lends itself to causing problems if the team goes over, but that's why you practice those fast transitions. And obviously they just not able to just keep up with the boys in red. They're not able to keep up with Mistaken Identity. They haven't transitioned quickly enough. And look, they're already set up with that information. And we're going to see another 1v4 or 1v3. And Mistaken Identity just looks so dominant because their strategies are in place. And I just don't think at the minute Liquidate Solar have got a plan B when they lose a player or when they're not able to get control of the bomb site early doors.
Yeah, 100%. And big shout out to Free Corn. I missed that one. Apologies, mate. And Sankoid follow. Thank you very much, guys, for the new followers, and obviously all the returning goats that are always in the chat. Thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. If you are just joining us, we are in map number 2, Mistaken Identity. They took the first map 250 to 178 on the Berlin hardpoint, and now with this sizable lead they've got in the search, Pablo, it's difficult to look past them, really.
Man, and the other thing that's really nice to see is JMW had kind of like a very poor performance in terms of kills in the previous S&D we cast, and he's absolutely flying now on a 7 streak. He's 7-1. He's carrying JT nice and heavy, which is just what you want to see. You want to see if JT doesn't have a great S&D. It's, oh my days. Was that a kill feed at S&D? That looked like a bot lobby kill feed. That was insane. Man, they are just so dominant right now, and you've got to look to your in-game leader right there. Jack's having an absolute belter of a game.
Yeah, so now the boys of Liquidate Solar, as if it wasn't hard enough already, they now need 5 rounds in a row against Mistaken Identity, which is not going to be an easy ask of them. And you can see really struggling at the moment. You flagged it up in one of the games yesterday, Pabs, and if they do take this round and he doesn't get a kill, it'll be Agent James Bond, as we like to refer to them as. So it's going to be one now where Liquidate Solar, if they do take the hit on this map, especially if it ends in a 6-1, it's going to be a bit of a demoralizer.
Yeah, and then they're going to be heading into what potentially could be, Mistaken Identity's strongest map, Gavutu. They've practically 100-point club teams in it before. We're going to see a lot of ordnance go down. It's not going to hit anyone, but he's going to have that information. And again, that's probably not the only piece of air arsenal that he's got in his back pocket. So right now, just all the control is with Mistaken Identity, and it's going to be a really difficult comeback. Oof.
Dave just trying to break a few ankles, and Atomic makes him pay for that one. So a much better round from the boys of Liquidate Solar, and they have managed to draw out the streak as well. So if there is one bit of positivity, I suppose it's the fact that they've got the round on the board and they've taken out that glide bomb, so no longer in use. But it's just difficult, Pabs. They need 4 more of those.
This is the thing, we've noticed this a few times. I think there's kind of like the streaks in this version of Call of Duty and Vanguard are a little slower than any streaks in previous ones. The glide bomb takes a while to come out, and obviously we've seen how slow the other streaks are. And every time someone does use an S&D, they just seem to lose the round. And I can't remember the last time it was effectively used to win a round. But I mean, you would expect it to be good for information, but again, probably just a little slow, and it's cost them. But I still think Mistaken Identity are clearly just, I think, a little too strong to let this slip. 5 rounds is a massive ask.
Dave just way up mid, and Liquidate Solar work their way down this left-hand side to A, but it's been a bit of a hesitant push. You can see JMW is just going to be the low man watching Overbeat. Mistaken Identity, they've still got a few players here, Dave being one of them. Done in, won't get any information as of yet, but they do see the shots coming through, so surely we will see it. Bit of a transition as they go in towards the hill, and Gaza taken down by Leon. The trade, though, will be there from Atomic. Meanwhile, JT looking to try and get involved. Will manage to grab one. JT, can he grab the second onto Tommy? He can, indeed. And now although he's off the 007 stats, he is now the last man up. 1 versus 3 is needed. We'll spot Leon. Oh, God, I thought Leon was going to absolutely violate him there, but he didn't. So now 1 versus 2. Got to go through JT. JMW here. Oh, Jack as well. So there's a kill as well. And Am now on for the 1 versus 3. So see if he can manage it. Going to run straight into JT potentially any second now. Oh, I think JT spotted him.
With 13 seconds.
Yeah. JT just playing the timer. He knows that Am's got to try and get the bomb down. Am is just hunting for him here. Oh, and JT spots him once again. Second time to charm. Manages to get the kill. And Pablo, a really, really strong map there from Mistaken Identity.
Yeah, this is the problem we face every time we see a game like this. It's so difficult to break down sometimes when you see the opposition just really haven't kind of like been able to strategize in any way. They didn't get first bloods a lot of the time. When they did, that's when they were able to get the 2 rounds, and you can just see that performance, you know, straight out of JMW and JT. JMW in particular getting that 8 streak is just you can't allow a player to get that many streaks, and especially one as influential as Jack. So yeah, that going into Gavutu, man, this is going to be a big ask for the boys from Liquidate Solar.
Yeah, and reverse sweep to Mark is obviously the one that we're going to ask, but it's going to be a big one for now for Liquidate Solar. The way that the games have looked so far and how how one-sided they have been. I mean, that hard point, around a 70-point difference, so a decent chunk of change between those two, and obviously the search there looking really convincing. So to ask Liquidate Solar to do it 3 maps in a row is going to be a difficult one, and it's one that, without sounding biased, is just going to be so hard for them now.
I just, you know, going into a Gavutu, it's going to be a battle of the ARs. You've got JMW's an absolute beast. We've seen him, and honestly, wouldn't surprise me if he gets a glide bomb by P2. And we've mentioned this before. You know, it's so vital. You know, especially if you want to get a chunk of change early on. You get that glide bomb early doors. You can get that player out of true carry, and you can be rocking into that second rotation with a sizable lead. So it's a big moment. I think the key to this for Liquidate Solar is to repel that first rotation and be strong. Don't allow them to get streaks, and just try and take as much time as possible and really nullify that kind of laser-like AR of JMW. But again, Dave looks like he's on form. JT's playing really well, and more worryingly, Leon's looking like he's absolutely on fire.
And big shout out to Mr. Vossi just dropping the sub. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. And Surplus as well with the follow. And apologies, Pablo, because we've had some stews redeemed as well. So one of them's for me, one of them is the button. I'll do the button first. Thank you very much, Debbie, for that one. And for Stave, thank you very much, buddy. Much appreciated. And thank you for everyone returning. I think what are we on? 86 viewers. Damn. Thank you guys for
let's go
for tuning back in. Jesus. So yeah, we are shortly due to go into map number 3. They are just firing it up now, and yeah, Paolo, you mentioned obviously the AR presence on Gavutu. It's a map that can get out of hand very quickly, especially from that beach transition over towards the tower.
Yeah.
If Liquidate Solar don't come out firing here and Mistaken Identity say get a streak, get a glide bomb, it's just going to be so one-sided right off the rip, and then obviously they're already in an uphill battle enough as it is, let alone off the start of this one.
Yeah, you would hope that maybe Liquidate Solar are going to start good side. No, maybe not. So it's going to be a problem for them, I think, from the rip. And P1 is going to be all important, not to let the boys from Mistaken Identity get too big of a lead, because we've seen this so many times. A really strong team can get 100 points really easily in the first 3 rotations. So this is going to be hugely key to them doing well in this round. So Liquidate Solar need to go big. And the player, honestly, I think you've got to look to again is the one we highlighted early on, which is Gaza. He's got to go big in this game.
And really good work there early doors. JT did manage to get 3 in a row. He didn't manage to get those important streaks though, and that was the kill potentially that might have pushed him just ever closer to that 5th one. So Liquidate Solar now back on the hill. A little bit of time to their name, at least for the early doors, and Leon shooting thin air at the moment. Atomic's actually going to manage to grab 3 kills, and he's managed to grab 4 in a row, Atomic. So now this next kill for him is going to be an important one. It looks as though he's not going to have any players nearby as of yet, so he's just going to have to try and play this slow pabs and try and pick off this kill, because this next one could be a big one for Liquidate.
Yeah, I think he sniffed out JT maybe, and that's going to be a massive kill. So, you know, you've got to say the shoot is exactly where it needs to be. Liquidate Solar now in that dominant position. They've got that streak, you know, as early as possible. And this could be a completely different map. You know, if they're able to, especially if they can get control of that P3, man, we could see a huge chunk of change for them and a huge lead, more importantly. The question is, though, can they hold on to it when we get into that second rotation?
Leon looking up top, manages to spot Am and grabs the kill onto him, so he's going to spot another in Gaza, but Gaza will manage to grab that kill on that occasion. JT able to make the trade, and likewise is Tommy. So still a bit of a lead coming through for Liquidate. It's just how long they can hold on to it for. Dave currently having a slow start by his standards, currently 2 and 5. The spots Gaza, nice shots take him down, and he manages to spot Atomic on that occasion. Won't win that one, so Atomic only doing really well at the moment, Pablo. 9-3, leading the way for his team, but they're going to need to try and keep this up for the full pretty much map here, because Mistaken Identity, if they do get a bit of a foothold in this one, it's going to be difficult unless Liquidate Solo put up some big numbers.
Yeah, and obviously right now we're just seeing Am on the struggle bus. He's really just having a hard time getting into the game. He's 1-7 with no time whatsoever, and you're not really seeing that from the boys from Mistaken Identity. We're all kind of contributing across the board. I think if Liquidate Solo can get Am involved a bit more and maybe help him get a bit more of a contribution, then they're going to get more of a stranglehold in this game. But right now, man, it's just looking, you know, we're just starting to see that flip around, and hopefully, you know, the boys from Liquidate can make good use of that streak if they haven't used it already.
Yeah, I'm surprised Atomic hasn't invested this, to be fair, because the boys of Mistaken Identity are getting a huge amount of time from this. JMW, though, going to keep his head down for a little while, but not long enough as he manages to get it ripped off in the end. Leon, though, picking off 2 of his own. Atomic over the top. He will go. Not able to pick that one off. Atomic again, still contributing some big numbers and some important scrap time as well, going to Liquidate Solo. But this is the kind of the transition that you worry for, Pablo, is that 2 to 3 transition. It's going to be really, 3 to 4. It's going to be a really difficult one for Mistaken Identity to be broken from in this one.
Yeah, and you can see just how, you know, the big brains on JT causing problems, forcing that number 5 horse and Gaza to play a slightly different route. And we did see Am was over towards that left-hand side, but again, they just get dealt with. And this is the problem, you know, we're at 50 seconds. It's a free 15 seconds for Mistaken Identity before they even have to fire a bullet on that first kind of rampage. So they've got a lot of information. They know 3 players are pushing on right-hand side. And again, this could be a problem if you are a fan of Liquidate Solo.
They are actually going to invest the streaks now, so Live bomb coming through from Atomic. See if he can manage to grab anyone with it, though. He is going to manage to take Dave down, so now an opportunity for those orange arrows to work their way in towards the hill. JT, though, manages to take down 1. There's still going to be a few players around him. Whether or not he can manage to get kills onto all of them, we'll have to see. Manages to get some shots into Am, but there is the trade, so Mistaken Identity. 15 seconds. Looks as though it will go in favour of the opposite team. Potentially, oh no, Jack looks as though he wants some of that time as he manages to take down 2, and now going for the challenge to Tommy as well, and Jack, lighting up a body as well to go with it, perhaps.
Oh my days, yeah. And you already saw, I think it was number 2, JT, making his way through middle, so he's already thinking about that fire hill. And again, that's probably going to force the guys from Liquidate Solar to try and take that long route through beach. You know, if they try and bully from the front, I think they're just going to get cut down. You can see number 5, Gaza, who's 13-10. We did say one of the players who needs to have a good game, but unfortunately, Am and Tommy have decided to just kind of like soil the bed a little bit and just not really picked up enough kills. And again, this is going to be a problem. But right now, the lead isn't huge, mate. And this is the one thing we talked about, you know, but Mistaken Identity did this last time. They didn't get a huge lead in the first rotation, but then the kills started really counting. So this is one thing Liquidate Solar really needs to account for. And you've got to look to Tommy as your in-game leader to start picking up some kills and getting some time.
And AT with the ultimate on, this isn't something we're used to seeing from him as he try and get the remaining seconds on the hill. Davey's going to try and make the trade, though, for him, and he will manage to do it. So another 10 seconds or so will go in favour of Mistaken Identity as that lead is pushed out now. JMW 007, this time for the better as he manages to clean out both Am and Gaza with the pistol whip. Nice work once again from Jack. Currently 15-9 as well. So coming to an element on his own, Pabs, is on a map that he's probably expecting to do well on because it is such an AR dominant map at times.
Yeah, you just think back to back. I mean, we're talking about back-to-back MVP performances right here. He was awesome in S&D, and he just seems to be in a different place right now. You know, the last few times we cast him, I don't think he's been kind of playing to his ability, but right now we're seeing the Jack of old, and it's really nice to see. But Liquidate Solo, man, we're just not seeing the Tommy we used to see, and we're seeing knife action going on in P1 there. But Am, I think, and it just really needs to pick things up. But I think, mate, this is starting to run away from him.
Mistaken Identity now, solid lead once more, pushed out even further, and Leon, for scrap time, will manage to grab it, and those players over towards the new hill. Liquidate Solar will have a few of them. Atomic, though, the clean out once again has been pretty much perfect, as Gazri is now the last man up in the top of the boat. See if he can manage to grab any more. JT, nice shot into 1, looking for the second on towards Gazza in the top of the boat. Won't manage to grab it, but his teammate will, so they're still working their way in, but the way this is going at the moment, it's just so difficult now as, Dave just doesn't even need bullets at this stage. Manages to grab a 2-piece. There's still a man rating around the corner. I think the Rock somehow is going to be his biggest enemy in this map, as he's not going to manage to run past that one. But that lead disparity, Pablo, you're looking now at Liquidate Solar to really hold the next 2 hills. Otherwise, this is probably going to be game over.
Yeah, with 70-second lead, and yeah, earlier on, JT, you're gonna have to just laugh at how OP the stun is. He gets a couple of bullets into the player and then stuns and kills him. That's insane. But yeah, this 70-second, no, 65-second lead, they really need to start to bring this back. As soon as you start getting past that one full kill rotation of time, you got to start worrying. You really do. They've got to fight for everything now. So they've got to hold the hill. They've got to commit properly to the next hill, and they've got to make sure that no scrap time goes the way of Mistaken Identity. And right now, I just can't see that happening because JMW is just on fire.
Jack is racking up kill after kill after kill at the moment, and up towards top boat he goes, and this is the power position you do not want him in. A couple of players going in. He's actually going to call a glide bomb in of his own, so going to spot the first one land as Atomic manages to grab JT, but his teammate with it, but JW, there's two of his own, reprising straight away with the glide bomb. Now 4 in a row for him. Leon on the hill. They're going to have to try and work their way through the front now of the boys of Liquidate Solar, and they've invested pretty much the biggest part of it, Pabs. They've invested the glide bomb. I don't believe they've got another one to go with it. No. Looking at how the kills are coming through, it doesn't surprise me that they don't. But yeah, this is now looking very dangerous.
Yeah, as soon as you've got more than 2 players on the struggle bus as a team, and you're not able to get, more than 1 player with a streak, you've got to go into each rotation potentially. If you're not going to get that transition over to the back of beach, you need a streak to push those players out, or you're going to have like Kobe-like skills with a nade. And right now, it just looks like that's just a little beyond Liquidate Solar right now.
Yeah, Dave always got on your timing. Manages to jump up, take out one, and there's still going to be a couple of players near him. Is going to be over there. Dave says, "Be right back. Let me just finish this kill, and then I'll come for you in a second." But his teammates, never mind. They do it all for him. And with 13 seconds remaining, this is looking really bleak now for Liquidate Solar. They need to try and stop the man in JT on the hill. He's just going to sit there. He's going to call in the glide bomb, and it looks as though he's going to land it in the back pocket of the only 2 players that can touch the hill. He will do so, and wow, what a performance there from Mistaken Identity, Pablo. They look pretty much faultless in that entire series.
Man, what time did we start? That's got to be one of the quickest we've seen in a while. That is a hugely fast 3-0, and it just really drives home just how good this Mistaken Identity team are. But more than that, we said, a few weeks ago that, teams who might be struggling, do not write this off yet. Don't write Vanguard off. I mean, there are criticisms, but in terms of a team performance, they weren't firing on all cylinders a few weeks ago. They've always had issues with different players, and then you go and look at what they've done to a team that we've cast twice this week, who've done really well against obviously a moderate side and a reasonable side. But yeah, Mistaken Identity just look like they're on fire right now, and I'm really desperate to see them up against that vitalized team again and just see what could come of that.
Yeah, the skill disparity, as bad as it sounds, is there to see at the moment with Mistaken Identity. They're just a very, very strong team, and Liquidate Solar, unfortunately, they gave it their best go, but it was a score kind of that we anticipated. It would have been a good workaround for Liquidate Solar if they did manage to maybe pinch potentially 2 maps, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it on that occasion, so it's gonna end in a 3-0, unfortunately, for that one. And yeah, first series of the evening now complete, guys. We do have another one coming up very, very shortly, and that's between Incentive Esports and Iniquity Baby, so that should be another one. Could be a juicy one. I think it's due to start maybe in the next 5 minutes or so, but I believe you're dipping, Pabs, so I'm
yes,
holding the fort solo for the time being. But yeah, thank you for coming on, brother. Much appreciated.
The yoga calls me, unfortunately, and I'll be in trouble with the wife, so it is what it is. But enjoy the next 2 games, and thank you for having me on the channel again, and have a belter of a night, and I will undoubtedly see you before, well, it's going to be New Year's, so if I don't see anyone again, everyone have a great New Year, and we'll surely be back on next week.
Yeah, and I'm going to do it to you, Pablo. I do apologise beforehand, but obviously they redeemed a C. I've got to do one, so I'll do mine now. C. Can the chat get one from Pablo?
Man, you do realise that I support Liverpool and clearly can't stand Ronaldo.
I know, you got to do it. The chat is... Brilliant. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Apologies for that one. But, hey, is that Mr. H? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Sorry, for the tier 1 sub. God, I've got my words in a fumble there. I haven't seen that name in so long. Thank you very much, Harry. But yeah, guys, we are going to get ready for our next series. I'll let Pablo dip and run away from me. So the next games, I will be doing it solo, so do bear with me, because it's been a while. I can't even remember the last time I've done it. But yeah, I will just cut to a quick break as Pablo dips, sort out the graphics, and I will be back very, very shortly, guys. And don't go anywhere, because our next series will be up.
Somebody some things you just know. And the way that you love me, I can never say no. Cause you give me this feeling, it's the best thing I know. It's the best thing I know. You're the best thing I know.
Tell me now if you love me. It's the end of time. I'll slow it down and wait another second just to call you mine. Happiness go like summer and like summer. It burns if we're running forever. I know we'll be alright. I wanna. I will always stay right by you. I wanna, I will always stay right by you. I will always stay right by you. I will always stay right by you.
There's love in the air, all around us, everywhere. I can't make it more clear. Can we stay forever? I remember the nights we stayed awake, got high on life. We drove through the city lights. I guess we lost track of time. Hey, hey, jump into the water. We will never surrender our love. We will never burn out. We will escape this town. We will escape this town. We will escape this town. We will never burn out. We will escape this town.
What up, squad? How are we? Little old me now. Don't worry, I can be more interactive with the chat and give you as many soos as you want. Got out my stuff. Stressed. Thank you very much, buddy, for the follow. Thank you very much, guys, for all the new followers and obviously goats with the subs as well. Much appreciated. You guys never fail with the love. This feels weird now. Got no one to talk to. Just having Pablo all the time. Just chat to endlessly. Need Pablo yoga streams. Yeah, that's something in the works, Prezi. Something in the works. For you too much. No, mate, you never know. I need to put. What do you need? Jack inviting me. Jack, if you're in the chat, I'm not joining. I know you're probably going to scream pussyo down the microphone. It's Dreg, mate. Thank you. How are you doing? Oh, Dave. Dave. What are you doing shanking people on a Gavuto? Horrible bastard. Well played there, mate. Yeah, GG's, Tommy. Well played, buddy. Old fist. Oh, Mr. Tizzle with the raid of 21. Thank you very much, JT. How are you, Mr. Topping? Good performance there from the boys. You go, Jack's in now. Yeah, Jack, I'm not joining any Discords. I'm not joining any games where I can hear you scream pussyo through the microphone, alright? Because I know what you boys are like, and I know you're going to troll me. So it's not happening. Yeah, cheers, JT. Oh, man, 21. And with the big time viewers. Good to actually see you do a game, JT, rather than, JT needs a fill-in. Go and watch the last map back on JT's stream later. Oh, dear. Dear. Is it the troll squad again? I have a suspect feeling that was probably the case. What happened? I've got a funny feeling I know. Dungeon. Or Leon going for 360s. Dirty. We had Champs comms. I doubt that, Dave. Highly doubt. I'll watch it back though. The cast. Oh, mate. For the drill. See, any time. Feels so weird not having Pablo here. Oh, Benjamin with the gifted sub. The man himself. The man who's now famous on Zoomer's channel. Thank you very much, buddy. Oh, Coach Mead. The man. Thank you very much, Alf. Yeah, 3 months. Look at that badge. That suits you, mate. I think it looks good. Boy, a sub. Get him back in the kennel now, Ben. He's done his job. He got the win. United score 3-1. Ooh. Subbed at the exact same time. Have you actually, Dave? It didn't come through. Were you chatting? Are you chatting that pure horse manure? Does it add them up? Does it put them back to back if you do it that way? If it clashes? Does it just overwrite them? That'd be a bit cheeky if it overwrites them. I miss a solo cast. They're like gold dust nowadays, but the calls are worthless. No, Siege, mate. Solo cast is still here. We're just about to start shortly. Don't worry. Your boy's going solo. No, Pablo's off. Ogre. Right, you heard me right. Pablo's doing yoga. He's abandoned me for yoga. I'm fuming. JT read it. Oh. Poo! There you go. Just tiny. Watch Kezzy's POV. Oh, with honour. Scotsman. I have a lot to redeem this cast. Oh. No, you guys are doing it already. I need a voice, guys. I need a voice before the game starts. If I do it for the next, like, 3 minutes solid, you're not going to be able to hear me. Right, oh. Yeah, that's 3, right. Number 1. Ooh! Oh, shit. No, you've done... done 4 now. Right, Ben, fuck off. I'm not doing that many. Ben, I'm not doing that many. I'll do you 3. I'm not doing that many. You're going to want to save your channel points. I'm telling you now. You can remember them, right, and add them up. And as I do them, you can tick them off. I'm not... Fuck off, Ben. I'm not doing that many. You're getting the button for that. That's all you get. I'm not doing fucking 10 sues, Ben. That's not happening. Jog right on. My teammates are currently MIA, fuming. What? Where they gone? Tiny, mate, have a word with them. I'll do you another one. I'll do you boys another one. Ooh. There you go. Bit longer, that one. I need to change the amount of costs. Second, I need to do it quickly. Thing. I'll do it midstream. Your reward points. Quick. Manage. Theme. Major C. Edit. Right. You guys are minted. I've changed it. You're going to hate me, but I had to. Because you're just going to abuse it. I'm already doing loads already. There's another one. Right. You can cross them off one at a time. Oh, Toki with the follow. Thank you very much, buddy. Much appreciated. And Ibra is home. Oh, Mr. Ibra. Mr. Subra. Oh, Mr. Oliver with the follow. Thank you very much, Ollie. How are you, bro? Yeah, so we should be starting very, very shortly, guys. Just waiting on the invite to come through. Oh, Mr. Tizzle with the gifted sub. Thank you very much, JT. Yeah, it should be a good game, this one, between these two. I'm expecting a cheeky game 5, guys. If you can sort that out for me, that would be greatly appreciated. Find a game 5. I don't want another 3-0. Come on, at least give me map 4, meet in the middle. I don't care if anyone throws. Or reset your old portable 4G unit, Tiny. God's greatest. Yeah, there was meant to be another game as well after this one, guys, but White Lies boys couldn't manage to get one in time. So, I don't know whether that one is still going ahead. Oh, Mr. Jaws redeems the Sue! Sue! There you go, Jaws. I haven't got one yet. I think it's 9:15 actually, the game was meant to start, so we've got plenty more time to kill. Hope you guys have got your drinks ready for New Year's. I know Jack's already got his. Probably got about 24 Guinnesses up before midnight. BMW. On my podcast pal. Oh. The bot doesn't do it justice. Thank you very much, Lewis. How are you, mate? My arch nemesis in the switcheroos. There hasn't even been any this year, Lewis. I'm fuming. I've been wanting to get on the sticks, but I just keep getting egoed by people. And I'm like, is anyone playing COD? Nah, you stink. No. Who are the ones to watch in the next series? Oh, got to call my boy Higley out, you know. I love watching him. Bit of a beast. Bit of a beast. Now, to be fair, every single player in this next game is pretty stacked. I can't pick my favourites, really. I want a game 5 out of this one. On paper, it's screaming game 5, so I'm hoping that is the case. Alfie, when are we seeing Coach Mead? See Coach Mead again.
Searching for the answer to our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't marry us. One day we can
Asking team then. Let's go. God Squad. Assemble. There you go. Yeah. Thanks, Lewis. If you're ever in need of one of GBs, right, just DM me. DM me. You can at me on Twitter. That'll help my ego out loads. Yeah, I'm always... I couldn't do them the other day, though. I tried switching, but they had the blooming roster lock thing on, and the guy who's the team leader of the team I was in bed by 10:30, so I could get out of the team and join another one. Yeah, cool. Ooh. UA Mon gone. Oh, there it is. Right on the money. Yo, how you doing, Lost? You alright? Ooh. Yeah, guys, we are in the lobby. Waiting on. Go. Yeah, let's go. We're relying on. It's let's go's own broadband. Oh. Shortly, and then one underway. This is a good one, though. This one, I'm looking for this one because I think these two are pretty evenly matched. Apparently not, Alfie. No, we've got 3 in Codcaster. We've got me, JMW, and Ibra in Codcaster. Now that's a trio of dreams right there. Yeah, guys, if you do or do not know the maps, we've got Gavutu hardpoint for map 1. We've then got Tuscan Search, Berlin hardpoint, Bocage hardpoint, and then Bocage Search and Destroy. So it's going to go into the clusterfuck map. It does go to the right to the wire. Alfie, you pulling the wool over me on. Got it from JMW. Yeah, the foghorn. Ben Wilson starting rumours? Never. Never. Mr. Toki, place. Here. Got you too high. Yeah, also, guys, if you don't know the rosters, Joey, Ryzen, Tiny, and Tesco, boys of Incentive, and then Nick Baby is Higgy, Toki, Scooty, Kez. At least I don't have to say Scooty and Scotty anymore. Everyone's in, just waiting on the old start button. Yep. Screen's over. I'm scared to do it now on this squad if I do it. And the wait. Right, map number 1 here. Ready to go between Iniquity Baby and Incentive Esports. Let's stay on board with Tesco. Let's stay on board with Tesco, see how these boys do. So map number 1 in this best of 5 if you are just joining us, guys. So this one is also in Division 1. Mistaken. Already a couple of kills going straight in towards the action. Kez is going to fall as well after grabbing a couple of kills. So good start from the boys. Iniquity Baby. And looks as though Tiny's just going to try and keep his head up in towards that boat side. Scotty though. Sorry. To take down more than one on that occasion as he falls. So boys of Incentive Esports back on the hill they go. Boys try and break this one because looking like some good early time. Tiny just holding that right hand side of the map. We'll see if the boys see Baby how they're going to try and break this one because only 15 seconds left on the hill. Kez going to look for one, manages to get some nice shots into Ryzen, so manages to take him down. Pretty see Higgy as well going all the way around the side here to try and pick up a few players off spawn. Nice shots into one to take down Tesco. There's still a couple of players in and around him. Whether or not he can keep his head down long enough though with these players pushing around. All there's COD timing for you. Nice shots into Joey, but he's able to grab the kill. So opportunity now for those golden arrows of Incentive to try and work their way up the map. And Tesco in towards the hill he goes, takes down one. There's still another player up above him. He will slide round Toki, just laying prone, and he manages to grab the kill as well. So it will be Iniquity Baby still on the time, looking to try and reduce that deficit once more. But Ryzen with a couple of kills, Tiny with the third as well. Good work from him, and Incentive soaking up more time once again, pushing that lead out furthermore. Nice shots from Kez once again over towards his P1 side. It looks as though Higgy's going for a flank though, so he should manage to clear out the last man in Tiny. With 25 seconds left, I'll be surprised if Incentive do try and completely chalk this time. Nice shots though from Mr. Higley. Good shots to take down one. He's looking for another as well. Joey, good work though, at least to try and secure a bit of scrap time. So it will push Incentive leads out a little bit longer, but you can see now Toki, he's already set up. He's inside the hill, and we don't have any streaks as of yet, I believe, between any of these guys. No, we don't. So it's going to be a 3-man wipe there. Iniquity Baby doing a good job. Higgy with another couple of kills. Strong start from him at 8 and 6. Scooty kind of struggling at the moment, but nice shots across the map there with the automaton to rip off one head. And spots into Tiny. Shots into Tiny. God, diarrhea was true there. Able to couple of kills is Tiny. So now they're going to try and work their way through the back. Toki, nice work, just finessing his way inside that hill. And those golden arrows of Incentive Esports going to try and take him out. It's not an easy job though to do it. Kez looking over the top of him, and Higgy as well. Good shots once more as they manage to grab a couple of kills. Iniquity Baby going to try and hold as much time on this as possible. And we have seen a lead change now as Joey able to take down one as those players fly around the corner. Kez still staying alive though. He's got a few players still around him. He needs some help though in the form of Higgy, and Higgy manages to get some more shots in. Tiny just staying down behind the rock, and all. It was actually, I think it might have been, no, it wasn't the stun that got him in the end. Nice work once again from Higgy, and it will be the boys of Iniquity on the rotation early again. See if they can manage to push this lead out. Incentive with that scrap time will regain the lead, and already a really close hard point here between these two teams. Toki up top looking for a couple of players. Tiny is going to have his teammate here alongside him, and he manages to take down one, but there's the trade coming through from Tesco. Ryzen manages to get a kill as well, so now this is an opportunity to try and work their way in through the back. You can see Iniquity though, they're still spawning up there. Can Tesco manage to make the read? Toki, nice work out the back, takes down one, looking for the second as well, does get some bullets in, and he does have Scooty to help him out, so good work here from these two boys. Joey is going to be lurking just outside. Shots into one. Takes down one. They're still spawning out the back though, are Iniquity Baby, and this is the difficulty of this hill. It's just so hard to push out far enough as Kez round the back for the flank. Manages to secure a kill onto one. Tiny is still lurking though, and I think he knows he's round here. He's just waiting for the push, and here it comes. Tiny can't win the gunfight on that occasion. Kez, he's going to fall. Nice shots though again. Every time we switch to Higgy, clean and crisp shots from him with the automaton. Now Higgy. The boys going to look to work their way up the map. Scooty able to grab another kill as they work and slowly progress through. But Tesco, I think he might make the pinch here. The call out, I think, has come through. And good work there from Iniquity Baby once again. The communication obviously on point. Now this is an opportunity for those boys to push this lead out once more. It has been a very solid last hill for them. Now 50 points roughly separating these two. Ryzen on the flank, surely going to be able to clear Kez out of the hill. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Oh, and he stays alive, and his teammate in Scooty manages to keep him up. A good teamwork there. Higgy going to get caught and dropped. Oh, no. Oh, Higgy. That's worthy of one. What a kill there from Mr. Higgy. Absolute turn and burn onto Joey on that occasion, and the skill coming through from him with the automaton once more. Joey able to take him down. No streaks as of yet. Be able to be called in from either side. Going to try and grab some more time here, but we are now going to see some streaks coming through from Higgy. So the glide bomb now going to try and land it in towards that P1. It's so difficult to land it in towards that man, but the bullets on that occasion from Toki looking to be a very good replacement for Scotty. Currently 15 and 13. A lot of engagements here for him. Hunting for this man inside the hill. Nice shots again from Toki to take down Ryzen. Tiny is the last man standing, though. He's going to fall, and that's a good clean wipe there from Iniquity. Are we going to try and at least wait for his teammate potentially to help him? But the chow comes through. Another kill comes through as well for Scooty. And it's Toki now on a 5 streak. So he's now got the glide bomb as and when they decide to use it. And I assume we'll see it over towards that beachside hill. See the heavy stack of players over towards the hill. Kez is there alongside his teammate. So he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. And Kez laying prone, able to take down one. Tesco looking for the trade. Will manage to grab one. There's still a couple of players. Tesco going for the reach-out, but good work. And Iniquity Baby now with a really sizable lead here in map number 1. Toki's still on that 5 streak as well. That's time still going in favour those boys, and he's still one away though from potentially getting the strafing run. And there it is, full streaks for Toki. Really good work from him. Oh, and almost manages to grab the second as well. And now this is a really important hill now for the boys of Incentive. Tesco's going to fall. So they do lose that presence inside the hill, and Tiny's going to drop as well. So now Higgy going to progress his way up in towards the hill, waiting for his teammates to potentially help him out here. Try and keep his head down as a couple of players look to fly in. Tesco being one of them though, but Higgy takes down one. Booty and Toki just a little bit late to the party as the boys of Incentive do manage to get on the hill. Ryzen just hunting any particular player inside, but it's another 4-man wipe there coming through from Iniquity Baby. The slaying is really starting to show for them now. Scooty positive by 5, Toki positive by 8, Higgy by now 7, was 6, and it's looking as though this is going to be a brutal map 1 here for Incentive. Higgy just playing out the back. Good reads though from Tesco. I'm not sure whether he spotted him on the transition, but that's a really important kill, and surely we're going to see the streak used by, I believe it was Toki. Yep, and now here comes the glide bomb. We'll see how many he can land. We've got the man in the hill. There's a couple of them though. Joey just playing his life around the rock, and that's a good action. That's actually been a decent streak there, although it's only able to pick off 1. But this is the problem. Tiny inside the hill manages to take down Kez as well. So a couple of kills coming in favour of Incentive. This is their opportunity to get a huge chunk of time here. They have invested 1 streak, but now here comes the second. Is that... Oh, it is going to get the kill. Toki manages to take out Tiny off the hill. Tesco's going to fall as well, and Joey only able to pick off 1, so nobody currently on the hill for either side. And Tiny, nice shots to take down 1. So, it was actually Joe that managed to grab the kill on that occasion, but Toki now 10 positive. Higgy pretty much there as well, and as George flagged up, Tesco really struggling at the moment to try and get something going, but Joey's now on a streak as well, so this next kill could be really important now for Incentive. They need to try and work something round the back. Can Joey manage to do it? Tesco is going to be there and play his life, so now this break needs to be clean, and it needs to be quick here. Iniquity past the 200-point mark, and his teammate Tesco's going to fall. Joey still kind of baiting to try and get that streak. Still needs help. His teammates are spawning up on the back of him, though. Tesco going to spawn right next to him, and now here comes the chow. The stun's going. Can he get the kill? He does. He's only able to pick off 1, though. Tiny will manage to stay in the hill and stay alive. But now we're going to see glide bomb coming through from Scooty. He's going to look to try and take 2 out, and I think he's going to manage to do it, and really clean work there from the boys of Iniquity Baby, and the streaks from Scooty clean out 2 players. 20 seconds only remaining now for these boys to take this map. They've still got a couple of players on the hill. Higgy, one of them. Scooty is still lurking as well. Nice shots from Scooty. Able to take down 1. Tiny's actually on a 4 as well, so now going to be potentially a man that they look to try and get streaks. But they can manage. Booty as well on a 4, so this is going to be a really important phase of the game now. You can see the rotation coming through. But by trying to pin them back. They've actually spawned 3 players right out the back here. I think the call's going to come through. Scooty, though, takes down 1. Tesco will be there for the trade, and on the hill he will go. So it's now going to be up to the boys of Iniquity to try and make the break once again. And they manage to do it. Tesco stun out. Won't get any info, though. And Higgy might be able to try and make the play up the top here. Is he going to drop right on top of Tesco's bonnet? Well, just underneath him. Good work, though, from the boys of Incentive. They just managed to keep an eye over the top of Tesco on the hill, who's just staying alive, just keeping his head down. And it's going to be down to another break, and that might have been a perfectly timed nade as Tesco takes down 1. Clean work again from the Irishman. Looking for more, though, and his teammates are helping him mop up with the stun from Toki. Actually comes through to clear him off the hill, and the help now is going to come through for Iniquity Baby, and now this is where it gets a bit dangerous. Scooty, he's on the hill. They need to get aggressive. They need to transition over. Shots coming through from Higgy, just trying to keep his boy alive in the hill. And again, Tesco getting caught up and leathered with bullets. They're stacking this. They want this one done. Number 6, Ryzen. Can he manage to make the play? Takes 1 down. There's still 2. Oh, he's managed to grab a second. Can he get the man off the hill? He can't, unfortunately, on that occasion. And Iniquity Baby, they are going to take map number 1, 250 to 172. And we'll see Ryzen here in the kill cam. The 3-piece, unfortunately, not quite enough for the boys. Solo mug. Baby. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, good map there from Baby. Yeah, the some of the boys on Incentive just struggled really for kills. I think Iniquity Baby just kind of gave themselves a bit of a hill to climb in that one, unfortunately. So map number 1, their favour, and I think we might. Makes my life. So we are keeping hope. Mr. Aqua. How are we, brother? I had to change it because now I'm on my own. I don't have enough hands to work it all. Those abandoned me, Aqua. He's abandoned me for bloody yoga. Would you believe it? Bad. Yeah, guys, map number 2. If you did miss earlier, it is going to be a Tuscan search and destroy. Sub on an AR map. Yeah, that's true, Quids. Kavutu for a sub is like checkmate search for a sub. Like, good luck with that, buddy. Oh, Mr. Higgy. Nice 3. He's got another one. Oh, fucking hell, Higgy. Why are you doing this? That's 5. Are you still going, Higgy? Yeah. The C over. Higgy, you got 1 mid-game. Go back and watch it. I gave you a C mid-game when you got your streak. Got you, mate. I got you. Don't worry. Locked in right now. I had to change the major one to 5k, Higgy, because it was getting absolutely abused and I wouldn't have had a voice. Higgy stream sniping. Big brain plays from the Higley. Boo. Oh, he's not playing. No, he's not freeze. No, I think he has gone to pastures green. He's in another team now. But he hath moved. Toki is chosen a replacement. Oh, what is who everywhere? Alfie, don't play me like that. You know what it is. Right, guys. Map number 2. now underway. And it did miss map number 1. It did finish 250 to 172. Iniquity Baby. Try and this lead out. 2 maps here if they can manage to do it. So Kez already looking to try and get the bomb down over towards the A. Like, this is the thing that we always see now with Tuscan. It's just A push, A push, A push, A push, and all. He's got to be careful. He's caught a nade straight to the face. Luckily, there isn't a stun to go with it, though. So bomb will go down. Higgy will fall, though. Tiny making the most of his nade. Manages to take him down. And really important moments now in ARP if Joey can manage to grab a pick here. And he does manage to grab a pick onto Toki. The trade from Kez. Is it going to be there? Manages to take down 1, but he's going to get pinched. So now Scooty, last man up. And you can see the yellow arrows from Incentive Esports. They know he's going to be up here. Scooty goes to the trade. And nice shots there from Ryzen. Trigger finger on point. Manages to grab the kill. And Incentive Esports going to get the defuse. And they are going to grab round number 1. Oh, Aqua, he's got too many points. 2! There you go, Aqua. You're one of those as well, brother. I don't know. I think it might... I heard it was with Ben. Benjamin, are you in the chat? Has he moved to your boys? Round number 1 out the way. Sports. Good job. Did 2 kills. Name already, and Kez the only man on the side of Iniquity Baby with a kill out of that first round. So now going to be up to the boys of Incentive to try and grab the bomb and get it down. Manage it here. So Ryzen going straight for the plant. I'll be surprised if we don't see any nades coming through. We're not, so he's going to get a free bomb plant. Joey just lurking underneath here. Are they going to check this corner? Because so many players tend to play it. He's going to manage to do it, Joey. Gunfight is inevitable, Higgy. Just checking. Playing it carefully. Checking up top. Nades come through as well, but now the players fly out, and nice shots to take down Kez, but the trade is going to be there, so now it is a 3 versus 2. Higgy looking for 1. Oh, and he's only able to put a couple of bullets in, but now Tiny, he's up top. Oh, nice shots from Higgy. Manages to take him down. He is just going to bait the bomb. Now is Tesco going to peek this at the right moment? He does. Tesco takes down 1, but the trade is there from Scooty, so clean work there from the Iniquity Baby lads. There wasn't much time on the clock to be able to get the defuse. They managed to do it. We are now back. The 1 round apiece. Iniquity Baby taking that one. Yeah, Aqua. I said it before. I had to change the channel points. I had it at 1500 and it just got absolutely milked. So we had to bump it to 5k. I'd like to have a voice for New Year. So round number 3. Going to be the boys of Iniquity Baby back on the attacking side once more. The standard push over that A site, or whether they're going to try and mix it up here. And it looks as though they're going to go straight for a little bit of a mix-up. Ez is going to try and work his way straight through here. They're quick enough. They are going to get a free plant here. And I think Ryzen's spotted the whole gang. The info's in. They're just waiting for those players to transition over. It looks as though they're going to do it really, really quickly. It's going to be a gunfight surely any second now with Tesco working his way around the back. First blood, Toki able to grab it, but now Tesco, he strikes, takes down 1, takes down 2. Really good work there from the Irishman. The trades are coming through, though. Toki now makes it a 2 versus 2. Now this is the difficult position of trying to just defuse the bomb here. Tesco up top. He managed to make the play. No, the shots from Scooty do not miss, and now it's Tiny, last man up. Can't get the kill, and another good round there from Iniquity Baby. And a round that we don't really see tend to work. Going over towards the B site. They did get the info, but really clean work there from Iniquity Baby. Didn't hesitate. They got the bomb down, and they get the kills to go with it. DM this Higgy asking. Oh, mate. Yeah, he's all right, is this Higgy fella, Alfie. I've not seen him before, but he seems good. Mr. Lee has dropped by. Will, Pablo's abandoned me. On my own. yeah, that's true. That's true, Aqua. I underestimated how much you guys... It's mad. The amount of channel points. I'm still dreading Siege's amount, to be honest. I don't even want to know what number that man is on. But first blood goes in favour of Incentive, and that's a really clean start to the round from those boys. Joey not messing around, straight around the back. Scooty is able to clean him up now. So 2 versus 3. But the bomb is down. See what Toki and Scooty can manage to work here. Oh, adapt. You can team with me. I'll be in Div 7. Make a Div 8 for me. Let's go. Getting some shots in. They really need this first kill here if they're going to try and make something work. Scooty still trying to hunt for a kill onto Tesco. They've only got 15 seconds left here, and I think they're going to potentially chalk this one because Toki's on a 3, Scooty's on a 4, so looks as though that is going to be the play. Checking the back from time to time. Yeah, Scooty's not moving at all. Toki is going to try and make a play around the back, but unfortunately not going to happen. So Incentive, they are going to take a round there. Tie it back up to 2 rounds apiece, so a pretty close search and destroy. Yeah, both attacking teams pretty well. See what the boys of Iniquity Baby try and do here in round number 5. So they obviously went for that B push last time. I assume we'll see an A push once again. Double B push. You can see the adaptation that Incentive have taken. They've just sent 2 players straight through to B this time. So looks as though this is a good play. Higgy, first blood again from him. Nice work. Manages to take down 1. And Scooty's going to be a busy man here any second. There's 2 players coming through. There's 1. Oh, no. Oh, Scooty. He thought he got the kill, but he didn't. Joey makes him pay. They do have that bomb down, though. Human turret that is really locked into position. Tesco, he's spotted 2 players though, and oh my god, it's the same thing again. Toki makes him pay. We've seen 2 absolute burns on this round. I think he's just straight for the bomb, is he? Bold move. Everyone around him. He's going to take down 1, but he will fall. So Iniquity Baby manage to grab another round and regain the lead, 3-2. Sunday League Div 2 for me. Yes, Davey. I'll be there with you, bro. I'll be there with you. Windies assemble. So round number 6 underway. Incentive. They've done a good job on the attacking round. I don't think a team has held a defensive round yet. So see what these boys can do. Toki has now got that 5th in a row as well. So really important kill coming through from him. Nades up top. Aren't going to collide with anyone. Isn't going to try and get bomb down. He's just baiting out the nades for the time being, but Tesco gets the first blood. So he has managed to work his way into bottom church here. So if he's quick, make a reflank work here. What's the map score? It's at the top, mate. It's 1-0 to Iniquity Baby, Rob. Joey manages to grab a kill as well. So now 2 versus 4. This next pick is going to be really big here for Iniquity. They need to grab at least one of them. Tiny is just so locked out the back. Oh, I think he got the info on Kez, and he did. So now it's all on Higgy. He managed to do the pistol. Not going to do him any good in that occasion. And Incentive Esports are going to take another round. So we are now tied up once again. 3 rounds apiece. Still no team being able to hold a defensive round. Yeah, get the boomer league going. Absolutely. Now, see if Iniquity Baby are going to be the first team to try and break serve here. There's bomb in hand. He's just going once again. This one, oh, but Tesco, he makes the adaptation. He gets the play. So that bomb is now dropped in a really awkward spot. Manage. Work it. As you can see, Ryzen. Oh, he's going to get 3 kills surely on the Scoot. He spots him. Shots in the back. Gets the kill. So now, 2 versus 3. Toki and Higgy. See Ryzen going all the way around the back. He's going to try and make a play. He's quick enough about this. I think this is going to pay off here. Holding the angle, though. Toki going to chow right into this. Oh, man. The timing on that one. Toki manages to get a really important pick. But now the nade of Tesco. Is it going to make the play? No, Toki gets another one as well. 2 big kills coming through from him. And it looks as though Joey's going to try and get him off the bomb. He does manage to grab the kill. The bomb is down, though. So he still needs the defuse. So Toki up against Joey. 2 players on both of their respective sides with the highest kills. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll pick up Aqua. I need the carry. Joey on the fuse. Looking for it. Flies around the corner. Oh, okay. Got to be careful because he's going for the chow. Joey, has he managed to bait it? Oh, Joey got the kill. And I think he's going to get the defuse as well. He's got enough time to get it there. Toki going to be kicking himself. Joey with a really big kill and a really big round there. He gets the defuse. And that is going to be the first defensive hold that we've seen on the Tuscan. Incentive Esports now take the lead 4-3. Big plays there from Joey. Manages to get the 2 versus 1. Manages to get the kill there onto Toki. Now 4-3 up. Lead the boys of Incentive. And this is an important map for them. If Nixie Baby go 2-0 up, obviously need that reverse sweep. What are the boys of Incentive going to try and do on this attacking round? A really passive defensive setup here from Iniquity Baby. Do have the man in Toki. Playing for info on the bomb. They are just littering it with nades at the moment. But we're going to see glide bomb come through. Toki going to see if he can land it on someone. Tesco. He's going to have a difficulty getting out of that one. It lands right at his feet. Ryzen manages, he does manage to push up underneath Church, though. Can he manage to get the kill? Oh, that's a big kill to reply with one. Kez, though, will manage to grab a kill onto Joey. So it is now a 2 versus 3. Tiny. Last 2 up for Incentive. And Iniquity Baby break back. It looks as though that is exactly what they are going to do. Tiny now left in the 1 versus 3. Wrong here. Only 30 seconds left for Tiny. He's not on a streak, so I assume he'll try and go for this. Really, as many kills as possible. Oh, did he spot Kez? Did Kez hear him drop? Go all the way around the back here. He's not going to go for the bomb plant, it seems, but he might manage to get a pick here onto Scooty if he checks this corner. And no, he's not able to. Scooty, good shots, takes him down. Iniquity Baby break back 4. All now in the search. Really closely matched, these two. Rooting for my friends. Love to see it, Alfie. Love to see it. Expect nothing less from you. So Iniquity Baby now. Opportunity again to take the lead. It's just been back and forth at the moment between these two in the search. If you did miss map number 1, guys, it finished 250 to 172 to Iniquity Baby on the Gavutu hardpoint. So now at number 2, and in round number 9 we go. So an interesting play actually from the Iniquity Baby lads. It looks as though they're just going to try and push all the way through the back. Oh, number 5, Tesco. He runs out. He sensed it, but he didn't manage to grab a kill to go with it. Oh, so number 7, Tiny. That's a big kill. Manages to grab one onto Higgy. Because over towards the bomb site. Manages to take one down himself. So now it is a 2 versus 3. Tiny and Joey, the last 2 up. The smoke comes through. Oh, and needs to keep his head down here, does Kez. Wait. Waiting around the corner. Is Kez going to fly at him any second? Joey laying prone. 35 seconds remaining in the round to try and get the bomb down. Kez. Has he got the pace? No, he's going to get shot on the side. Joey saw the stun come through. He knew where he was. Gets the kill. And Tiny manages to grab one as well. So now it's all on Toki. But he's had a really good search. And he manages to make it a 1 versus 1. Can he manage to get the bomb down as well is going to be the question. Because Tiny is surely going to start hunting for him. I think he will get the bomb down. And now Tiny. Move quickly. Got him more. Toki with a really big kill and a really big round there for Iniquity Baby. They retake the lead now 5-4. And big plays there from Toki. The man who is the new addition to this team. With a cheeky 1 versus 2. And I think that puts him out to 11-4 now. Not mistaken. Yeah, so really good work from Toki. And he's now 1 away from another potential glide bomb here, which I believe is his second. See if he can manage it once more. Number 10, so the Incentive can't drop any more. Boys of Iniquity Baby, they are going for another different strat. So Tiny, going to want to check your right-hand side, mate, because the whole gang is coming. One of which is Toki, and there's the 5th. It's not actually going to be a glide bomb, though, which is quite surprising. Not quite sure how that one works out, but Toki able to pick off one. And look at the aggression from Iniquity Baby. They are hunting the remaining players. It's worked to perfection for them. Ryzen and Joey now the last 2 up, and I think Scooty... Oh, no, never mind. Joey's going to manage to grab the kill, but Toki's there for the trade, and he will get his guide, and whew, there you go. Mr. Toki, 14-4, 7 in a row. Higgy's going to grab the defuse, but Toki, the highlight of that map, with an incredible performance from him and an incredible performance in the end from Iniquity Baby. 6-4, they managed to take it, and now they go 2-0 up in the series. I've put the wrong screen up because I'm so used to pressing that one with Pablo. We're back. We're back. Right. 2-0 now. The boys in blue. Find out if they're keeping. So they are keeping. Yeah, map number 3, guys, is going to be Berlin Hardpoint, and the other maps are going to be Bocage Hardpoint and Bocage Search if they do go the distance. And obviously, Incentive Esports now being 2-0 down are going to need the reverse sweep. And Amelia, how you doing? Welcome, welcome up the incentive. And Yems redeems the soup. 2 of them, in fact. Yeah. Oh no. Text to speech, love to see it. Thank you very much, Luke. How you doing, buddy? 8 months in a row. Luke, you're only one away now from the sexy one. Sexy badge. And Clutch Live with the follow. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Ready? Let's start. Yeah, guys, if you are just jumping on board with us, Iniquity Baby 2-0 up now. They took map number 1, 250 to 172 on Gavutu, and they took the Search and Destroy on Tuscan 6-4. Peso De Niro, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, we are now loading into map number 3 for the Berlin. See whether or not the boys of Incentive Esports can try and work the reverse sweep here. Not going to be easy up against this Iniquity Baby roster. Start off with Toki, the new addition to this team of 4. Really good map 1, really good search out of him as well. So we might be seeing that restart. I think the guys are on the wrong side. That's going to be the case. Oh. It looks as though they're going to have a game. I think it's dip out. Need another reboost. Don't know who to root for. Flip a coin, Luke. Flip a coin. Bring back Pablo. If he stops doing yoga, George, he'd be here. But, you know, apparently he's got more important things. Unbelievable, isn't it? What was the score of map 1? It was 250 to 172 for our height. Platinum. Don't worry, Luke, your badge hasn't gone anywhere, mate. We're all good. You're safe. Safe. I think they might be asking a hoop. There he is. Spidey senses were tingling. So Richie, how are you, bro? Iniquity Baby versus Vitalized Black straight after this. Woo! Have another one. Oh, so we do have a game. We have a third game, guys. Just need the invitation, and we can get this one under. Game W host. Out mark. Johnny W, Aroma, Brindy, and F dot. What a roster! Oh, get the boys on. How was that one come through? I see Terrence on the big screen. I've accepted the game invite that is no longer valid, so it's taking me 84 years to get out of it. The Challenger players indeed, Luke. Boys. The big guns. I told F Dot if he doesn't drop 40, I'm fuming. Said F Dot and 40 both begin with the letter F. Coincidence, but you're not. Up on their. Let me message Giggly. I've just fallen asleep and Cobra's away. God's sake, Smooge. What a knob. Boy, is such a liability. Oh, Yems with the fighting talk. Loves out. Yeah, so we're just waiting on the Subra lobby up again because they're using neutral host for this one. So it looks as though we are now lobbying up. Yeah, we should be getting map number 3 underway, guys. If you are hopping on board with us, Iniquity Baby 2-0 up, 250 to 172 on the Bavutu. Yeah, the first hard point, and then 6-4 in the Tuscan Search just now. Away from completing the 3-0. Incentive Esports first sweep. Waiting on the press the start button, and we should be good to go. Exactly. You can't hate F-Dog. He's got walls and red boxes. Half nice. Yeah. Right, so everyone's in. We're just waiting on the big button to go. What are we thinking, guys, for map 3? You think start of a reverse sweep, or you thinking Iniquity Baby 3-0? Get on the fence. I'll leave that down to you guys. I wonder if Pablo's going to be done by the time the next game's on. I assume he won't be. He'll probably be dead. I've dropped Pablo a message. See if he can come through. The Mead says 3-0. Oh, Lisandro! How you doing, Lisa? How are we? Been well. Boy, look. Free game, no. A bang out for a PP who's down. JT, I'll be there in just a minute, brother. No, I'm not milking. Yeah, we are now loading into map number 3. Get Mr. Mead on there. So map number 3, Berlin. Boys of Iniquity, baby. It's Killer Mead, JT. God, remember it. Yeah, me and Alfie used to run some jibbies back in the day, just saying. Flexing on the timeline. Anyways, back into the game. Iniquity, baby. Going to look to try and see this one out in swift fashion. 3-0. They are going to be back as well after this one for a game against Vitalize as well. So, guys, don't go anywhere after this series. We will have another one on the board. Late night casting for the win. God, I love it. So, Tiny and Joey, though, already 3 kills right off the rip for those two. Looks as though some good early time for Incentive Esports. Hill that's not necessarily the easiest to break. You can see Tesco just playing his life around the corner. Higgin flying straight through the door. Tesco makes him pay. The trade, though, from Kez is going to be there. Saucy Scotsman with a couple of kills. Good work there from Kez. Likes to call himself the chief milker, but he has his moments at times. And more shots coming through as he manages to grab 4 in a row. Looking for the 5th as well. And his teammates helping him out on that occasion. Just needs to try and keep his head down at the moment because he is 1 away from the glide bomb. Now that rotation over towards the next hill. This isn't going to have an engagement as of yet. See those arrows from Incentive. They're locked into position. They're all working their way through. And this is a big kill for Kez and 5 in a row for him. Manages to make it 5 and the glide bomb now in the pocket. He flies around the corner. That's the aggression coming through from Kez. Good work from him. 6 in a row. Fully streaked out. And now it's going to be down to the boys of Incentive Esports to try and make the break here. Iniquity, baby, with a good opportunity to get a solid chunk of time here. We'll see what they can manage here. Higgy takes down 2, looking for the 3rd. Can't manage to get it. Toki is actually going to be the man to take him down there on that occasion. But look at the combined streak. 13 in a row now for a Liquidate, baby, between Toki, Kez, and Higgy. So this momentum, an early start, an early strong start, really, for Incentive, has now flipped on its head. Oh! Ryzen absolutely violates Scooty on that one. Probably shouldn't be winning that one. Let's go. Lurking over towards the new hill. Toki is just edging his way up. See whether he can grab the kill, though. Oh, and whoever's done the channel points, big ups. Was that you, Jakob? Thank you, bro. So Toki out the back, not able to grab a kill on that occasion. So now the boys of Incentive looking to try and hold this one on lock. Higgy, is he going to check his right-hand corner? 1 wall fall, 2 wall fall. Ryzen now 5 in a row. First streak will now be accumulated for him. Scooty, sorry. The problem when you have 2 players that used to have pretty similar names and one of them is no longer on the team. God damn it, boys. So Ryzen, another clean wipe there coming through for the boys of Incentive. They have stacked out this hill and now they have the time to show for it. Joey with a really big kill onto 1. Takes down Scooty. And this lead now really starting to push out. Tiny still inside the hill. And that scrap time will go in their favour. So Iniquity, baby, going to really rely on a strong hold here. Go over to P4. As on the hill, but he does have the boys in Scooty and Higgy. Whoa! Ryzen shooting absolute lasers. 8 in a row now for him. He will finally get taken down. He is human after all. Toki looking for the play here. Higgy gets some information. But now the glide bomb coming through from Ryzen. Who's he going to land it on? It is going to be the man, Orkes, on the hill. He's currently accumulated pretty much every single second of his lad's hill time. On that occasion, he'll pull the short straw and will get taken down. Scooty having a bit of a slow start by his standards. Tiny managing to grab a kill there. Yes, but the blue boys of Iniquity, baby, still holding strong. Still got the man on the hill. Higgy just playing the corner of it. Really smart positioning there from him, so he's not going to get taken down too easily, at least. And now here come the arrows of Incentive. They managed to grab a couple of kills, and oh, Tesco somehow manages to win that one as well. He's going to make a read. There's a couple of players here, but he's going to run straight into them on that occasion. This is a really clean start. Joey with the double nade there. Car bomb exploding and taking down both Kez and Scooty. So you can see the map control that the boys of Incentive have already got. Joey pushes up, but will get taken down. And Higgy, can he manage to grab the second as well? Stun through, and Higgy with a big couple of kills. And there's a 4-man wipe now. So Kez on the hill once again. He will go. See how Incentive decide to try and break this one down the left side. They're going to maneuver. Able to get the first one. Tesco grabs the second. So this looks to be a pretty stellar break. At least for the early stages. Ryzen just going to take the high ground. See what he can manage here. Joey takes down 1. Kez going to be trading it out, though, and Kez with a second. Oh, and he almost managed to get the third as well. Put a couple of bullets there into Joey. Wasn't quite able to grab the kill. Pretty damn close, and nice work from the boys of Iniquity Baby with that hill, because they've managed to reduce the lead down to 30. They are losing gunfights, though, on the rotation. Ryzen, once again, always where the action is. Grab one kill. Lad, thank you very much for the follow, mate. Much appreciated. Ryzen, there's one into Toki. Looking for a second, but his teammates are there to help him out, so he doesn't have to worry about this. And now Incentive, that lead that they had previously, is now being built up once again. They go past the 50-point deficit. See if they can manage to work anything here. Toki manages to get the opening kill. We had a really good start to the series. He's continuing it here as well at 17 and 10. But he needs a little bit more from his boys at the moment, because the kill feed at the moment is just constantly in that yellow colour for Incentive. See where the rotation is going to come through here. Nice shots across the map from Kez. Can't manage to get the final bullets, though. Take Tesco down, and he does spot Joey by that tank. But whether or not over the top, Tesco going to spot him, because Joey's now currently on a 5 streak. He will get taken down, though. Traded out. So I believe he does have the glide bomb now as Tesco drops down. And yeah, he does now have that glide bomb to use here, does Joey. So you know whether or not they can make something work inside the hill. Iniquity Baby, they are on the initial. Whether or not they're going to spot Tiny here, because Kez isn't going to be none the wiser to that. He takes down one. Looking for the second ore. Scooty there for the trade. Is getting a little bit mixy inside of it. Toki, the calm figure outside the hill, manages to get some nice shots there in towards Ryzen, who just tried to transition over, but they still got Tesco soaked up in the corner, and they do manage to grab another kill as well. So Toki still going strong. Looking for another one. He knows Tiny's in the corner. Can he manage to grab that? He can. So now one away from a streak himself here, and this will be a big one for Iniquity Baby, and it is full streaks there for Toki. Manages to get the objective kill, get more points coming through, and he's actually going to invest the glide bomb pretty much straight away. We'll see if he can manage to land it in towards fire. He is going to land it in through that opening, but he's not going to get any kills to go with it. Tesco still locking down this hill, and this is the hill that Incentive did a really good job of last time, as Kez looks to invest the glide bomb himself, and you can see Scooty round the back. Really good coordination there coming through from Iniquity. Now got the players locked up and in position to try and force these players to spawn out. We're going to see some more streaks, though. Likewise, Incentive, they're going to throw one back, and they do manage to grab Scooty out the back, but they've still got the hard anchor in Kez just lurking, and oh, he's got to keep his head down here. Tiny going for that spawn trap that we tend to see teams try and go for. He's going to catch a couple of bullets and will get backed up. You can see Incentive, they're still inside the hill. They're still soaking up the time, and unfortunately for that, Kez is going to run out of bullets, and he will get shot and fall. So Incentive still on the contest. Higgy's going to fly through. He's not going to have anything to go off of on that one. But this next rotation is going to be really big here. They're not really going to want to be spawning out, the boys from Iniquity, and they do actually manage to get to a couple of rogue spawns there. As they're going to get spotted by Ryzen up in this top tower, and they are. He manages to take down one, his 22nd kill of this game, and he's close to looping streaks here. He will get taken down just short, and that's a big kill in the grander scheme of things from Toki, as he looks to try and get command of this top tower, and nice shots into one. There's still a couple of players, though, hunting for him. Is he going to spot them? He spots at least one, but both of them going for the double chow, and Tesco takes him down. The trade's, though, going down in towards the backside of the hill, and Joey, it looks as though he is going to be the last man standing. Nobody currently on the hill from Incentive, but they've made a really good job of this. They're going to try and pin back the boys of Iniquity. Again, clean shots coming through from Joey. He's just trying to lock down this lane. They still don't have anyone on the hill, though. I'm surprised Ryzen hasn't dropped in to at least soak up some of the time, because Joey is just cutting off this lane, but they're going to allow the seconds to tick by, as they will finally get on it. Toki's actually going to invest strafing run to try and take them off of some of that scrap time. It's not going to really prove to be too much of an issue, though. And Joey's got 5 in a row now, so he's got another glide bomb. There's been so many streaks coming through from Incentive. Joey is now going to add to that, potentially go over towards the middle hill. We'll see if they can manage to get a decent chunk of time on this Iniquity Baby, because they're going to need it. Now trailing by around 70 points, 30. The only amount needed. See if they can manage it here. Shots, no. Joey manages to take down one. The trades, are they going to be there? Kez able to take down one, but Tesco likewise takes down Scooty. So, although Kez is still alive in the hill, he's still managed to keep his head down. He's got another one, though. Tesco looking for the kill, and Kez, really big kills coming through from him, just keeping his head down, keeping himself alive. But Ryzen on the bit of a pinch here. Can he manage to take the man down off the hill? Kez has done so well to stay alive for as long as he did. He will get traded out though eventually, but big kills coming through for both teams. Nobody is currently sat on the objective time, and whoever gets on it is really going to pull the short straw. Tiny just commanding from top of 3. To try and grab potential couple more kills. There's only a few seconds left, but it will be an Equity Baby on the rotation, and that's scrap time now. It looks as though Ryzen wants every single drop of it. Higgy really struggling at the moment, but you see the slaying difference currently. Scooty double negative. Higgy really struggling. Kez is struggling as well. It's only really Toki, the new addition to the squad, that is putting up big numbers for these boys, which is rare to see. Higgy got shots into one, but can't get any more going. Ryzen spots Scooty. The trades again, really efficient and a really clean break from Incentive once more. And this map has been a really good performance from these lads, considering they're 2-0 down in the series. And nice shots again from Ryzen. He's just mowing through players 3 in a row in quick succession. 30 kills now on the board, hunting for his 31st. And with 10 seconds left, I think this map is going to be done. And Incentive Esports, with Ryzen still on the hill, still getting the time. With 3 seconds remaining, somebody needs to try and touch it. Kez into the blender. He goes. An Incentive with a really good map there on their behalf. 250 to 177. And we've now got a series 2-1. The score, we got series. Come on, game 5. Have we got it? So not a 3-0. Good work there from the boys. Incentive. So map number 4, guys, is going to be underway very shortly. So we've now got a double bocage for map 4 and 5. So the clusterfuck of maps now arrived, and it's going to be double wham for. Wish I bet more. How much did you manage to get off of it, Jake? Again. 15k points. There you go, Amelia. That's what you get for showing faith in the boys. Big map. Solo cast. This is going to be fun. Holy shit, 100 viewers. Guys, where are you coming from? Thank you so much for the support, guys. Polo with the follow. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Achilles, may just see you go. Thank you, mate. Back. Is that a new account, Achilles? Were you a different Achilles? I'll get in my Achilles mix. I'll turn them up. Exactly, Amelia. Get the boys going. How close are you to the park? Way off, I think, Charlie. I think we're still way off, mate. Need to average 75 viewers, I think, which is not easy. I think we're still quite a way off, to be honest. Not the map in a rush. Just forgot to type map. Got excited, Jake. You could smell the channel points. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we're way off, partner, mate. Okay. Ooh. I don't even know. Check it. Oh, here you go. So stream for 25 hours, that won't be an issue. Stream on 12 different days, that won't be an issue. Yeah, average of 75 viewers. It is 48.49 at the moment, so yeah. Still quite a way off. Still quite a way off. Yeah. We can dream, we can dream. And Leah, thank you very much for the follow. Good go. I love major chafing. Here's Infinity. Let's go, Kez and Co. Right, rhymes, Lisa. Is that your new chant for the boys? Looks your defo close. No, I'm not. Trust me, the difference to get 75 consistent viewers over a set amount of time, that is not easy stuff. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Thanks to you, beauties, always dropping by. Message Pablo to see if he can cast the game. So guys, we are now jumping into map number 4. Bocage Hardpoint. Kick bollock scramble, I like to call this one. And Infinity redeems it. There it is. Get map 4 underway. Now let's see whether or not Iniquity Baby can take this one and see out the series, or whether Incentive Esports could potentially push it to that map 5, which is going to be another Bocage, guys. So strap yourselves in. It's going to be a mixy one. Let's see how these boys go about this one, because it was a really good performance on that hard point from Incentive in that previous map. If you didn't miss it, it's 250 to 177 on the Berlin after Iniquity Baby went 2-0 up. Map 1, 2-2, and map 2 Tuscan, but a good couple of kills already coming through both respective teams, but it's just going to be that important rotation, because this P1 is really not easy to hold a lot of time on. Ryzen going to get chopped down on that occasion, and Higgy doing a good job of staying alive on the hill as well. So see how much time they can manage to accumulate of it, but you can see Scooty, he's already thinking for the next hill, and if they can just try and keep these players spawning over towards that Granny's side, this will be good for them. But now look at those yellow arrows rushing through. They want to go in quickly, and Tesco, how has he won that? Able to fry Scooty. I thought he had him dead to rights there, and somehow Tesco stays alive. Nice shots from Ryzen. Takes Scooty out of that back anchor point, and you can see Tiny now is making the rotation around the back. So if he's aggressive enough, they should start to spawn them down that low tank area, and that's exactly what they've done. Tesco flies around the corner. Clean shots, though, from Scooty. Makes no mistake about that one, but they should be spawning out the back of Tin still, and it looks as though that's what they're doing. And the boys of Iniquity Baby just playing it smart. Oh, Pablo and Luke have redeemed Suze as well. The double Sue in map number 4. Cheers, guys. So, Piggy looking for kills in middle map. They've done a good job Incentive, although the early time was there in favour of Iniquity Baby. They've now got on the time. Ryzen just keeping his head down. Looks as though they're going to try and flip the spawns back again. So smart play from these boys, looking for that flip early on. Scooty just trying to shoot the toenails there, which is not easy to do. Joey surely going to find him here. Oh, nice shots, though, from Scooty. Takes down one. The trade, though, is going to be there. See number 5, Tesco again. Thinking for new. You assume that Joey will be doing the same as well. So Iniquity Baby now trailing by around 15 points. They're going to have to force their way in. Wow, aggression. Toki flies straight through, but he's going to run straight into the gunshots there of Joey, who makes no mistakes about that one. You can see Ryzen just keeping his head down, waiting for these players to transition over. Can he manage to break the legs of Kez? No, not on that occasion, but the trade is going to be there. And out the back, spawn the boys of Iniquity Baby. So really good work there coming through from those boys in blue. They managed to grab a couple of kills out the back as well. So they trade the players out, and it's going to be down to Incentive now to try and work their way through the front of the hill. See if they can manage it. Not going to be easy. Toki just keeping an eye on the left-hand lane. Now, here comes the push. Out the back is Joey. They managed to take down one. Toki trying to stay alive, and a really good clean break there. Oh, and Alan, thank you very much for the sub, brother. And it's worthy. It's worthy. And Vega's redeemed a couple as well. Oh my god, 3. There you go. There's another. Thank you very much, mate. Spamming the map 4 with C's. So now, Incentive. Still a little bit of a lead for the time being. Only sat at 30 points, though. And we know what Bocage can be like. It can be so easy to flip scores and flip spawns. Nice shots again from Higgy. They've had a really slow start, though, by them Sanders and Iniquity Baby. But Higgy, oh, hello, is he starting to warm up a little bit now? Clean shots here with the MP40. Flying around the corner. Nice shots again by Higgy. Not able to grab it anymore, though. Don't think he got streaks, but he got really close on that occasion. And you can see now the spawns, again, for Incentive. Really smart play. Holding the back spawn. Going to be down to Iniquity to try and force their way in. Yeah, no streaks for Higgy as of yet. And I don't think we have any streaks for anyone at the moment. No, we don't. So, not really an easy map to use streaks on. This Bocage, considering that there's probably only one, potentially 2 hills you can justify using them on. Obviously, the one over by Tower is pretty much the given that people tend to use them on, but nobody has them as of yet. And oh, holy ego, Chow Toki flies round the corner. Incentive, they're looking for this push out the back, and they've managed to take Scooty out of position. So now the yellow arrows of Incentive, and they managed to make this work. Higgy's still here. Look at Joey, he's just watching the cross. I think the info's going to come through, but it's not going to be info enough as he manages to take down one. But Joey there for the trade once more, looking for more. Over the top he goes. They're still in the hill, Iniquity Baby. They've done a good job of it for the time being. Bit of a mixy one, though. He's still lurking nearby. He's just waiting for the right time to take Toki off the hill. He does exactly that. Backs up for the time being as well. So he's just trying to cause the damage limitation. Nice work from Joey, and he actually manages to get 5 in a row. Plays for streaks. Really smart work from Joey. Tesco off the top rope. Manages to take down 1, and it's a clean yellow feed once again with Scooty sandwiched in the middle of it. There's Incentive managed to grab more. They've still got Tiny just on it for the time being. Oh, I think Toki might actually nade his own man on that one. No, never mind. Eisen is still on the hill. What are you gonna... Oh, Kez! Oh, Kez. Oh, he should not be losing that one. And the saucy Scotsman has had an absolute mare, and just in time for that one as well. Shooks with the swoop. Thank you very much, mate. And, oh man, Kez, that was a rough one. Not able to win that one, but his team, meanwhile, they are coming back into this game. They've reduced the lead with the help of that hill. See if they can manage see a lead change here, because they've now got those all-important spawns. It looks as though Tesco is now going to decide to try and make a couple of kills in mid-map. And look, Kez going for the wander, but he wanders straight into the path of a few Incentive esports lads. Scooty, sorry, just holding his angle once again. Looking for more. Tiny just roaming around middle. Nice shots again to grab a couple of kills. Kez is up top, able to take down 1. Kez looking for a bit of redemption. Not going to get it on that occasion, though. And arrows again from Incentive. They just managed to float through towards the back. And number 7, Joey, still out there as well. This is a big moment. And Scooty, huge couple of kills coming through from him to secure the spawns for the boys of Iniquity once more. Graham W. There you go, Jacqueline. 1 for you, brother. Big C moment, especially for Scooty. But now the glide bomb's going to come through. Is Joey going to manage to land it? Yeah, he is. Oh, he gets a double with it as well. They're still going to be spawning out the back. I don't think the boys of Incentive will manage to get close enough in order to force the spawns out. They won't be. Now Scooty's got another big job on his hands. Going to have to try and get some eyes on, and he does manage to do it as Kez takes down 2. But now you can see the boys of Incentive on the hill. Time going in their favour. Scooty really needs to try and lock down the centre barn lane if they're going to try and work their way through. JT, the 5k one is for me. I've got to do the 5k one, and the 1k is the butt. Obviously, I can't have them the same price, because obviously I'd lose my voice. I made a terrible mistake. Can you read? This is a man that fries on Call of Duty and he can't read. I'm singing. So, Iniquity, baby. Still got that little bit of a lead. Now this next hill is going to be big. Kez, really big opening kill, though. At least manages to grab a couple. And through the back will go the boys of Iniquity once more. Still got the issue of Joey locked out the back, though. Are they going to manage to make the read that he's here? Oh, and Mori Siege. There you go. So he's your one. Managed to blend it in. So Kez working his way through, and it still will be Incentive out the back. Probably somebody going to keep an eye on that back window, though, because that is usually where the boys try and work their way in through. And Ryzen just soaking up the time, keeping his head down, letting his teammates do the work around him. Probably the smart move here on this Granny's Hill. Higgy just going to tuck himself in the corner and work for the contestants. He manages to pick off 1 Higgy. Oh, Higgy! What a couple of kills from him. He will get traded out, and it won't really come to much, unfortunately. But a big couple of kills coming through from him. It looks as though they're still fighting for this one with 15 seconds left. They realise how much every single second of scrap time is worth. And Scooty, a couple of kills come through once more. Tesco in the hill he goes. And Scooty with another big couple of kills. Currently the best performer on the side of Iniquity, baby. And the slaying is starting to come back a little bit more now for Iniquity. Whether or not they can keep it going. They've got the rotation once more. So it's going to be down to Incentive to try and make the break. And they manage to do it. Round the back is going to go Joey. And he might be able to take down Kez out the back. Looks as though he's just going to try and play the hard anchor here rather than give up his life. But his teammates are falling around him. But there's the spawns. They've come in close. The team spawns coming through once again. Tesco around the corner. He goes. Can he manage to break a few ankles? Takes down 1. The trade's going to be there, though, from Higgy. And Kez is now going to still be lurking in the hill as the trades go back and forth. Kez with a big kill once more. There's still more players around him. Oh, can't quite get the second as the kill feed lights up yellow once more for Incentive. And little Stitchy with the follow. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. So now, what can they manage? Tesco just playing it smart again, waiting for the help. He will get it in the form of a couple of players, but they are going to fall now. And Toki with a big couple of kills. And this is a really quiet map by Toki's standards from what we've seen so far in this series. If he can get a bit of momentum, this really might shift this game. Scooty, the man who's produced so many big kills, is going to be on the hunt for some more. Round the back he will go. See, aren't there any streaks to be used? No, none for the boys of either side. And now Joey in the back. He has to go big here. He has to go really big. There's a player near him in towards the tower, and Kez, he's actually going to manage to slip through here, and his boys are helping him out the back, and really good work from Kez. A big couple of kills coming through from him. Tiny, though, is going to be there for the trade as it gets a little bit messy once more, but on the hill goes Higgy, and now they start to creep towards that 200-point mark. It looks as though Joey up the top. Is he going to fly around the corner? He is. Takes down one. Joey looking for a second, and he will. He's going to actually mop up, I think, 4 in that one, but one of them was his own teammates. But look at the aggression again from Iniquity, baby. They are just throwing players at this hill left, right, and center. Toki flies out. Tiny gets the kill, and it's a big one once more, as that 13 seconds will pretty much draw them back to even. Now, what is the play from Iniquity here? You can see they're still siding over towards that P2 hill. Tiny. Couple of shots go through, able to pick off one, and he does play his life as well, so can they manage? Toki shots into Tiny, and he's managed to just be a pain in the arse in that tiny little den. No pun intended, I promise. That was completely unintentional. Guti now, can he manage to help his team secure the spawn? Oh, he is just playing this sneakily, and he manages to grab a kill. Can he grab the second as well? No, Kez, really good work, but look at the time that Incentive have managed to get, while the boys of Iniquity are just trying to play the spawns. They're just keeping people on the hill, and they're just roaming around it. Tesco, 3 in a row, looking for more. Can he manage to get the shots into Higgy? He will get some in. Kez is still looking for the trade, though. Nobody currently on the hill, and these are really big kills now, the transitional ones. But Iniquity, they need to get the man off the hill. They need to get time themselves as well, and they need to secure the spawn, so it's a big ask. They don't have the spawns, though. But Toki, can he make the play? One out the back. Looking for the second. Oh, and his teammate helps him out, and this is pretty much a clean break if they can get the second wave of kills. And number 2, Scooty, he was trying to make the play round the back. Toki can't stay alive, and now this is a dangerous situation. Now Higgy, can he get the man off the hill? Shots into... Whoa! Higgy beams. Rips Tiny right off the heady. And number 6, Ryzen, playing the flank. The trade is there, but with 20 seconds left now, Incentive Esports, they are getting ever closer to pushing this game 5. They need to coordinate their nades really well here in Iniquity, baby, to take the man off the hill, and that's exactly what they do. Tiny is now locked up in the back, but his teammates off respawn. They're not going to be too close. And the boys of Iniquity, baby, they're still keeping alive. He's going to look for some toenails, and he manages to rip them clean off of their Kez in that occasion. But now, this is where it looks dangerous. 10 seconds of time. Toki needs to go huge. He needs to get this man out of this position. Flies around the corner, but he can't get any shots to connect. They're soaking up the time. 9 seconds left. The game 5's looking inevitable. Somebody on the side of Iniquity has got to contest. Somebody's got to touch it. Round flies Higgy. Can he get the man out of the contest? Higgy! Oh, he gets the man! He gets a couple more kills. But now the race to the rotation. Can they manage to get it? Out the back goes Toki. They need to get the man off the hill, though. The yellow arrows, they've flooded it. They've got all the kills. And I think that is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Tesco soaking up the time. And it will be Incentive. They force the game 5. 250 to 215. And we've now got a Bockish search to see this one out. Jesus Christ. Solo casting Bockish is not a vibe. I need a drink. The kill from Joey there. Really big game from him. Out the old scores. So game 5, guys, as mentioned, Bocage, search and destroy. Joey with a really good performance there. Little Stitchy, what a round. Yeah, really good map, that one. Really good map. That is what you come to expect from a Bocage hardpoint. There's a couple of C's coming through. One for Mr. Shooks and one for Kongsi. Good guys. Mr. Elmore, how are we, brother? Welcome, welcome. Sandro the Moderator. Raps, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. For all the new followers and obviously returning lads as well. And gals. Very much, guys. Really appreciate it. So, map 5. Cannot complain. Ori Siege. Oh, Siege. Chill out. Don't abuse it. You're getting 2, Siege. That'll do you. Okay, I'll do the third. No more. There you go. That's all you're getting. I'm not doing any more siege. You're getting 3. That's all you're getting. Yeah, nice try, Jack. Nice try. It was worth it. Off we go. Oh, for God's sake. All right, Tom, because it's you. There you go. Just for you, Tom. Lost full. Alfie, mate, tell me about it. I mean, I'm hoping, because it's 5k, the first couple of streams are going to milk it dry, but people run out of channel points. But I think I underestimate how many channel points. So. Get the water out. I'm out, Lisa. I've had too much. I haven't had a chance to breathe. Siege with the 10 billion points, literally. Literally what he has. Been betting on. Yeah, Charlie, mate, I've got games to cast. I've got another series after this one. I can't go full whack. I'll give you a whacking one right at the end. I don't know if my mic will cancel it out, though, for the like the noise suppression. But right at the end of the stream. And Pablo's joining me for the next series, I believe. So I will give you guys an absolute whopper. Reach your death metal. Oh, he already has Siege, mate. His death metal one is, I think it's like 100,000. So guys, we are now loading into map number 5. Currently tied up here in this Division 1 ACCL game between these two. Now have a Bocage, search and destroy to get out. Oh, I thought we were going to see a sniper, then I got a little bit excited. Now, see, baby, they went 2-0 up. Incentive, they've come back with 2 maps of their own on the last 2 hard points, so we now enter the search and destroy territory. Try and separate these two and determine the winner. So, just looking for that first kill. Joey will do well to stay alive here, to be fair. There you go, you see it, Higgy lands the nade right in his back pocket. Now, where is the next kill going to lie? They've done the opening part well in Iniquity. They just need to try and work the next push. Ryzen. Open the door, that's brave. The sound. I had to bring it in, Vega. I had to. It would have been rude not to. No, Tesco. Manage. Into one. Kez able to take shots in the back for his teammates there on that occasion. Scooty and Higgy both managed to grab kills, though, so it is now on Tiny. On Higgy. Shoots him through the door. Clean work there from Mr. Higgs. Iniquity Baby now 1-0 up here in this game 5. If you are just joining us, guys, is now the final map here of this Division 1 ACCL matchup. That was the head of the curve on my follow. Exactly, Vega. You got to create the meta, brother. Baby draw first blood. Higgy with 3 in that round as well. So get the glide bomb. It's not the most important of maps to get it on. Still be useful nonetheless. It can force those players inside to potentially an opportunity for players to get the bomb down B. We'll see what happens now. There's 4 for Higgy. Can he make it 5? Rosin Charles. And it's the same outcome for him. 5 in a row for Mr. Higgy. Now 2 versus 2. And Tesco, he's making the play. Can he make the kill on that occasion? No, he can't. Tesco manages to grab the kill onto Higgy. So now last man up is Scooty. 1 versus 2 required. Bomb goes down. Waiting for that player to push. Oh, Tiny gets some shots in, manages to get the kill, and that's an important one. Tesco just peeking it, so now he manages to separate them, pick off the first player, and now he's got to do it with Tesco. Inside Grannies for now. Case of when these guys are going to cross each other's paths. Opting to go round the back, and if right, got Tesco up top. Is he going to peek it? Did he hear it? Popping the defuse. Tesco, has he heard it? Has he got his headset loud enough? Oh, he spots the break. I don't think he's going to have time for the kill and the defuse, but Tesco gets the kill regardless. And Incentive Esports tie it back up 1 round apiece. See the final kill here from Tesco. Managing to finesse his way around. there for Scooty. Not quite able to clutch up on that occasion. Now going to round number 3, back tied once more. With that glide bomb. Setup is here. Both sides. So again, it's going to be another pick-orientated round here. Watching his left-hand lane here. Go for an information nade. Not going to land on anything, though. The likes of Joey have to keep their head down, not bait out too much, and kind of hope and pray that they don't catch a nade straight to the face here. Money away back in the spawn. Now with 50 seconds left, something has to give very, very shortly. It's just a case of where this first blood is going to lie. Bison still watching the front of house. Now the blue arrows, they're starting to converge. Joey got some info. He's spotted Kez. Kez, he's got to be careful. He's going to get shot on the side. Joey gets the first blood. He's going to get traded, though. Nice work from Scooty, but look at the beams. Tiny across the map. Manages to grab one. Ryzen, though, up top. As Tiny manages to get a second as well. So now it's all on Toki. He will fall. And another good round from Incentive now to take the lead. 2-1. Unfortunately, their Iniquity Baby just really didn't give themselves enough time in that one. Ryzen, clean work. Tiny with 2 really big kills out the back with the Automaton. Them boys take the lead now. Now round number 4 will commence. It will be Incentive back on the attack. Managed to win the previous one. So we'll see if they take a similar approach for this one. It looks as though Higgy and Kez are going to be the lone lads over that side. Joey, though, that's a bold shout. Slides right out. Unfortunately, can't make it work. And there's a free pick for Toki as well. The quick hit over towards that B-site adaptation from the boys of Iniquity has paid absolute dividends for them now. Tesco, last man up, won't check his corner. He will fall. Wow, what a round there from Iniquity Baby. Really, really clean round. They tie it back up. 2 rounds apiece. See the final kill here from Toki. God is one. Thank you very much for the follow, mate. Much appreciated. Round number 5. Still nothing separating these guys. Kez still waiting for his first kill. Iggy going strong at 6 and 2, picking up the pieces in that sense. Boys of Iniquity decide to do it on this round. It looks as though Tiny's going to be a busy man. Manages to get some shots in. Now, is this the bit where Higgy calls his streak? It is. In comes the streak. Tiny all the way back in the map. You're going to have to run, mate. The streak takes so long to land, though. And that's the difficulty with it on this map. But that is the exact moment that Kez decides to push up and try and get this bomb down. So we'll see now how the boys manage to try and retake this one. First kill for Ryzen. The big one. Bomb has been planted, but they do take Kez down. So now it's just a case of can they hold strong here. Higgy, nice shots across the map once again from him. 8 and 2 in this one, but the bomb's being diffused. Joey straight on it, and I don't think either of the guys noticed. So they will get the defuse, and Incentive Esports, again, retake the lead 3-2. So that passive play there coming through just to defend the bomb. Unfortunately, that B bomb site, once you get it down, if you can't push through towards that willow tree, it is so hard. That has just been demonstrated in that round there. Now into round number 6 we go. Incentive have got in their locker here for this attacking round. Higgy, again, another first blood from Higgy. Been a first blood machine in this series. 3 for him. Important first blood for Iniquity Baby. Trailing by just the 1 round. The way these guys are going, every round is going to count now. Bomb plant. Now surely, but he gets a good kill onto Kez. But Kez's struggles still continue. They are going to try and get the bomb down. Higgy, I think he heard the guy try to plant the bomb. Going to try and work something. Scooty able to get a pick, though, but bomb will go down. He's going to try and fly out here is Higgy. And he's going to fly out onto Joey. Oh! And I'll tell you what, he's feeling himself now because that is an incredible chow, and he's able to win it. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Higgy, pistol out. Can he get the kill? No, Ryzen shuts him down. And Incentive Esports with another round on the board. This is the biggest separation we've seen between these two now. 2 rounds to the good, and a big moment there. Even Higgy, by his standards, wasn't able to clutch up in that one. Now 4-2. Lead the boys of Incentive. 10-4. He can, and Ryzen, that was an important kill for him as well, because he's now got 5 in a row. He's got a glide bomb of his own, so we'll see how they decide to use it. Second, just opening windows, and the shots going everywhere. Joey actually manages to grab 2. I think Kez managed to shoot a teammate in the back, potentially. So now is a 2 versus 3. Glide bomb has been called, though, so that has been potentially wasted in a round that Incentive would argue they'd be the stronger take. Now, bomb's going down. When are they going to check this? Oh, what a read. Unfortunately, though, Higgy can't make the play. So now it's all on Scooty. Oh, man. Timing on that, unfortunately, doesn't check the corner. And Incentive, they are now 1 round away from taking this in the game 5. And the reverse sweep now is looking imminent. They have done such a good job in map 3, 4, and 5. And it will be a fully deserved reverse sweep here. This is a really difficult map for Incentive Esports to try and get any sort of consistency on. But they've managed to do it in map 4, and they've managed to do it in map 5 as well. Ryzen, a huge contributor to that. Fortunately, Mr. Kez, he's not going to like it. But if this one ends now and he doesn't get a kill, Agent James Bond is on the cards. Now Joey opens the window. Ready, looking to try and get in position. That A site is going to be riddled with players now. Now they're calling in the strafing run. They're going to try and look for players inside, and Kez flies round. He's not going to grab a kill. Can the teammates get the trade? No, Joey, another big couple of kills. Tesco is going to grab one as well. So now Scooty, last man up, needs the 1 versus 3. Can he manage it here? This is not going to be easy now for him. Managed to sneak through. Oh, they know where he is now. He needs to try and finesse his way around this one. This is not going to be easy. Shots in the side. He's surely going to get teamed on here, and he's going to drop, and that is going to be game, set, and match. Incentive Esports, they get the reverse sweep. 3-2 in the series in this Division 1 game, and what a performance from those boys to come back. Look at that, 10-3. From Ryzen Higgy, trying his best, but unfortunately, that is going to be game, set, and match for that series. Incentive, fair play to them. Reverse sweep, 3-2. I don't tend to say that often. Take the cast. Anytime, Tiny. No worries, mate. No worries. GG's in the chat. Good to see. That's worthy of a few. Well played to Incentive Esports. They come out on top of that one. Amelia, loving it from the boys. Yeah, guys, we do have another series coming up in just a second, I believe. Mr. Pabs is joining me. Oh, indeed. I'll tell you what I'll do, guys. I'll quickly switch the stream screens. I'll get Pabs in for our next series, which will be starting literally straight after this one, because the boys of Iniquity Baby, they're going to have to pick themselves up. They are going to be playing Vitalize Black in the next series. So they're going to have to dust themselves off and come back for another one. GG's there from Mr. Higgy. Good performance there, Higgs. Bro, GG's there to both teams. It takes 2 good teams to make a good series. So we are now going to get ourselves lined up for our 3rd and final series of the evening. So grab a drink, because I'm definitely going to after that one. That was a mental one. And I will be back with Senor Pabs once again for our next game. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be back.
It's not so long ago that the sound hit the nation. Every Saturday night on your favorite radio, the party's jumping, yeah, and the vibe feels so strong. Throw your hands in the air, lift your head up high. You know you've got to sing along.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. My comrade is here. He's finished his yoga, feeling flexible, Pabs, and back to Call of Duty, mate.
I am, and you know what? I've just realised that I completely avoided clicking the parsec link, so I just completely let you down and can't see an absolute thing. But it is
That's all right,
marvelous to be back. It's like the radio; it's kind of old school for my age, so it's working out all right. But yeah, you're all flexible and stretched, and ready to go, raring.
Cool. You see everything all right?
You think you just need to accept, bro?
There you go. I got you. In?
Yeah,
We're
look at
ready
that.
to go.
Oh,
So,
my God. Turn it back off.
huh?
It's all right. Don't
Oh, I
worry.
thought you don't mess with me. I've had a long day, all right?
The passion is wild. 3 games in a row with a bit of a solo cast in the middle, man. You just absolutely love it.
Mate,
You'd love to see it.
if there's a game to cast, like it,
Yeah.
especially with talented players that we can't overlook. But we'll move on to this game. Obviously, Vitalized Black versus Iniquity Baby. So we've just seen Iniquity Baby play. They just took the L on that one, unfortunately, in that game 5. But the first talking point is Vitalized Black roster, because it's not the one that we're used to seeing.
Man, it's I don't even want to say that it's improved, but it's a hell of a roster. But honestly, you obviously you're going to miss the 2 players that have dropped out for this evening. But yeah, that is a. I mean, we literally just had that conversation, just saying like how the ACCL's changed in terms of like who's playing in some
Yeah.
of these teams, and now we're just starting to see that kind of like the big names that we know and love coming into the league to just fill in for the time being. But how long is it before we see a team just full of this kind of talent? It's wild.
Yeah, it's always good to see. So obviously they've got Mr. Johnny W filling in some geezer called Aroma. No idea who that fella is. So he's obviously this is riddled with beautiful Twitch talent on this one. So this is going to be interesting to see how they manage to fill in, because obviously Iniquity Baby, although they've got one new player in Toki, it's still a core 3. So as talented as the Vitalized Black players are, they're going to still have to try and mesh here, because they're coming up against a core 3 that obviously play with each other quite a bit. So you'd still expect they'd give them a good fight, and it's just exciting really to see kind of these kind of caliber of players, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've only got to look at the fill-in for the boys from Iniquity Baby. Toki is no slouch, so they've got a really good settled 3 there, and they've got a great pickup in Toki. And one thing I would say about the other team, Johnny W's played a few games with them now, so he'll be fairly well settled, and obviously he's just a superb caliber player. A Roman again as a pickup, and sometimes he was kind of my VOD daddy for the first few months when I started kind of really getting into the casting, and did kind of help me out in terms of understanding strategies and stuff. But as a pickup, he's solid, definitely. Like maybe not spectacular, but he is solid. So this should be a hell of a game. Like I'm probably. I mean, I came back. I was like, it was speed yoga. I was like, I want to come back and cast this, please. So yeah, 100%. I'm properly down for this. I'm so excited.
So we are now, guys, straight in towards map number 1, which is going to be a Tuscan hard point. So kind of a middle ground, perhaps. At least it's not a bocage. I mean, that double bocage rinsed me dry of any sort of hydration that I had. But going into Tuscan, obviously, Iniquity Baby, as we mentioned, kind of off the back of that loss on the series. But you still expect them to look strong in this one.
Oh, 100%. When you've got the kind of like talent in Kez and obviously in Higgy, but then they've got to pick up in Toki, you just expect them to be able to hang at the very least. But again, I would just suggest that maybe you just got to look at, obviously the weak point is Toki for them because he's the pickup, but you just got to look at how strong Johnny W is. He's just such an exceptional player, even when he's coming into the side that he probably doesn't know that well.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up Toki, actually, because he was arguably the best performing player on Iniquity, apart from that Search and Destroy at the end where he did really well. He was pretty consistent over most of the maps, especially the ones that they won. He went really big in, so it might be a case of it's going to be interesting to see kind of which of the pickup players do actually perform really well here, because normally what we tend to see when we have both teams that have pickups is kind of a case of, right, whoever performs out of the pickup players usually tends to get the spoils in the game.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that it becomes a kind of battle of the pickups. That's what it can. I don't know. It doesn't ruin the game, but it definitely adds a different dimension. So it takes away a little bit of the strategy and becomes about, you know, map knowledge, map awareness, game sense, and that kind of thing. And obviously, right now with Iniquity Baby, I think they probably, you know, they warmed up a little bit more despite that reverse. So they're looking strong right now. But you just cannot write this Vitalized Black off, because when you look at when we cast them last time, you know, F Dot and Smudge were the outstanding players. So obviously, eyes are on F Dot to just maintain that consistency.
Yeah, and See now how the boys managed to try and make the break here. It looks as though Iniquity Baby, they are going to force their way through the back. Brindy up top, looking to try and at least nade out one person on the hill. Flies around the corner, manages to take one gunfight and win it. It looks as though F-Dot onto the hill he will go. So 3 will fall. Last man up is Scooty, and really good reads there from Mr. F-Dot. Manages to take down a couple. Will get shot in the back, though, by Higgy. But it looks as though Brindy is just going to soak up the scrap time. And already, Pablo, we can see the foot race going down as Mr. Terrence, or Aroma, as he's so known, is early on that rotation and just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big moment for him. If he can get this two-piece, unfortunately, he is going to be Scooty back there just to clean up and get the hold. And, you know, we've seen this team do this time and time again. But this is a really difficult hill. You often see this just stay completely challenged or uncontested. So it'll be a big moment for the boys from Iniquity if they're able to hold this down. And you can see they're just trying to get into position. That's a huge kill from Higgy, though, as he forces through towards that P1 kind of area.
So Kez keeping his head down. He had a really rough search, bless him, Kez. I don't think he managed to get a kill in the game 5, but he's looking to do a good job here. Currently 7 and 6, just pulling his weight for the time being. And Higgy, just before I tried to switch to him, he did actually manage to accumulate 5 in a row, so he should have that glide bomb. Yeah, he's got it. Just had a quick check, so we're all good on that front. And the boys of Iniquity Baby, decent solid hold on this one. And Johnny, though, straight away, double nade says, we have some of the scrap time, please.
Yeah, and we were just talking about just the effect of the pickups on the team, and right now Johnny W just a little bit behind. His contribution not huge, but we are still in obviously the first rotation, plenty of time yet. But the boys from Iniquity Baby definitely on fire, tails are up, definitely want to come away this evening with a victory and not just to kind of go into the new year with a double defeat. So right now they are absolutely firing on all cylinders, and Higgy and Kez obviously they're playing superbly at the minute, but no big brain plays thus far, just a lot of challenges towards hill. They did do a really good job of getting quite a lot of time on that previous hill. So right now, Iniquity Baby, I'd say just with the front foot, this could change at any moment with the quality of caliber of player on Vitalized Black.
Yeah, so Kez hunting for a couple of kills in and around the hill. Vitalized Black, they're doing a good job of just keeping players up. But Kez, nice work, takes down one. Can't quite snap onto F-Dot on that occasion. He comes out the better in that occasion, but it's just getting messy inside the hill. Higgy able to take down one, can't quite take down the second. Johnny off the top rope manages to grab a couple of kills. He's had a bit of a slow start by his standards, Pablo. We've seen him before when he's filled in, and he's put up some really big numbers, but at the moment struggling for the time being. But you feel if he kick into gear, that is potentially where this Vitalized Black roster can get a bit dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. There isn't a better player really on out of the 8 that could really change the game in favour of one side. We can obviously see Aroma just having a really solid game so far. He's 10 and 8 with a respectable 27 seconds. But really, you do fear that if Johnny W does start to shoot straight and starts to just play the way we know he can, that this could be a difficult game for the Iniquity Baby. But mate, they're not playing so well, and in particular the pickup. You know, Toki's got a solid 18 seconds. He's on a 2 streak. He's 10 and 10. So that's what you want out of a pickup, really. Or, you know, it'd be nice to get every pickup to be a superstar, but really you just want a solid performance that you can work off the back of. And
Toki with a really big couple of kills there to take down, I believe it was Brindy and Aroma on that one. So really good work from him as this team pushes the lead out once again. More streaks coming through though. See who they managed to land on. It looks like they're not going to connect with anyone. So the glide bomb, I believe, which was from Higgy, isn't going to come through and take anyone down. And looks as though boys of Iniquity Baby have had a really strong hold here on this hill. And now we go over towards the next one, and we've spoken about it before, Pablo, of kind of which side teams would prefer to go with. It usually looks as though it's the side of where currently Higgy is sat that is what tends to be the better side for teams that get solid amounts of time on. For saying that, Johnny's half down too.
Yeah, well, there you go. Especially if you've got a player that can shoot like that, then it doesn't matter which side you're on. He's gonna drop bodies. But yeah, you saw Toki did get the glide and was able to just try and push out the team of Vitalized Black, but to no avail because Johnny was able to fire back. And again, that's what we said. He's 11 and 17 right now, and I still think we're maybe at the halfway stage of the game, and there's plenty of time for him to really pick things up. Whether he's come into this game cold, who knows? But I would suggest as soon as he starts firing on total cylinders, we might see that 40-second gap just start to dissipate.
Yeah, no, I think Dean of especially John W has been putting in the hours recently, so I'll be very surprised if he got completely cold with Toki. Ooh, was that a couple of body shots into Mr. Terrence? Because looks as though he's feeling himself a little bit as he manages to grab another kill, and his team now points to the good. Aroma out the back, not able to win that one on that occasion. Scooty will have one, but the trade is going to be there from Brindy, so now a good opportunity for the boys of Vitalized Black to at least get on the hill. try and keep their head down. Whether or not they can do it for long enough, though, will be the question, because the kills are coming through. Toki, another couple for him once more, and he's actually managed to snap onto his own teammate in that occasion. But it's a good job by the boys of Iniquity Baby. They're just going to look to try and pin them back, but it looks as though the opening engagements, at least for the time being, Vitalized Black have done a good job, and it looks as though they're going to try and collapse on Higgy.
Yeah, and we're at that territory now. We're about 70-second lead, and they're able to get any more time on this hill. A good 30 seconds remaining, so definitely worth another challenge. And if they are able to force Vitalized Black off and extend that lead, then we're getting into that territory that we talk about, where you start only needing a handful of seconds off each hill, and it starts to get kind of worrying. But right now, it's probably just close enough. I think there's enough in Vitalized Black that maybe they'll be able to bring this back down to about 30 or 40 seconds, and then we're back to that square one phase almost. But right now, you really do need the team to step up right now. It's got to be Johnny W going big, F dot continuing. Right now, they're being dragged through this by Aroma and potentially by Brindy as well.
So now this is the important engagements coming up, and when you look at the slaying that Vitalized Black haven't been able to achieve by just being around 40 points behind, it's actually not a bad accomplishment by their means. But Brindy out the back he goes, able to win one gunfight, but it looks as though it will still be Kez soaking up the time on this hill. But you can see those arrows around the back. Surely he's going to make the spin, and he gets shot by Johnny on that occasion, and another couple of kills from Mr. Johnny W shows us exactly what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about this time and time again. You know, you can get an absolute ton of kills, but they can be completely pointless. And there you see two massively important kills. Brings the game back to around 30 seconds. So, you know, we might be 16 and 25, but a handful of those kills have been vital to keeping that distance quite close between the two teams. So you've got to say hats off to Johnny W for that two-piece. It's potentially, you know, brought this game back to almost evens, and it's a great performance. And if he is able to push on, you know, carry this form on into the end of the game, then Vitalized Black might be in with a chance of just turning this particular map round.
Yeah, and Roma just trying to work his way around the long route, around the back, and Higgy is going to come out on top on that occasion. So Iniquity Baby slowly edging towards his 200-point mark. It's been a really good start from these lads. Now the nades are coming through. Johnny able to pick off one, but Toki looking to try and take down more than one himself. They've got Roma. They are lurking just around the corner, so the break is surely going to come through. It looks as though Baby's going to just keep an eye on his right-hand lane. Cares 4 bullets out of nowhere. Manages to rip him off of that one. That's what the MP40 can do. And Johnny, though, still securing up top. So they're still holding strong for the time being. But they're going to need a big chunk of time out of this one. Because if they give too much scrap time now to Iniquity Baby, this is where it becomes difficult.
Yeah, and you can see they've just decided just to split up a little bit and maybe try and avoid getting that middle area challenge, because obviously you want to get set up for next, and it's just so important to control those bottom stairs and that middle push. And you can already see, but look at the commitment from Iniquity Baby. They've already decided to send over the whole team, so this is a big moment for those two players in this absolutely wild kill.
Johnny's done a really good job there. Look at the combined streak. Him, F Dot, and Terrence, Gabe currently combining for 11. So good work for those boys. Make it 12. Roma manages to grab another one, and they're just currently ripping through them at the moment. Gabe manages to grab more than a handful on that occasion. It's just kind of starting to sway a little bit now, Pabs. We saw the lead that Iniquity Baby had, but Vitalized Black, the kills are coming through, and this is literally what we flagged up. If those kills start to sway a little bit with how much Vitalized Black were holding on to it, it looks as though now with these boys getting into their momentum, it's just becoming really, really difficult now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still reasonably close, but Vitalized Black have just you know, pushed that form and just continued to play the same game. And even though they were behind for a large portion, you just felt like they've got those two extra players who've got that bit of experience, and they've just gone into another gear. The game isn't over yet, and we obviously know Iniquity Baby have got enough in the tank, as we see Toki with an awesome kill over on Aroma. But nice work from Johnny just to get the trade. And again, we're a tie game, mate, and you get this from Tuscan. Are we going to end up back on that hill that we love so much? I think it's probably a bit much of an ask, but right now, mate, this game's shaping up to be everything we hope for.
Yeah, really big work once again. Good shots from Gabe. Manages to grab yet another couple of kills, and it looks as though the early control is going to be there for Vitalized Black. There's nothing separating these boys at the moment, though. Brindy, good shots to take down one with the help of Johnny, and it looks as though it's going to be down to Iniquity to try and work their way in, but clean shots again from Higgy. But we are going to see a glide bomb come through. F-Dot looking to try and invest it in towards this P1 as it starts to get a little bit mixy now, and the kills coming through for Scooty in mid-map means that they will have that control, but they don't currently have anyone contesting the hill. They are going to have more streaks coming through this time from Johnny, and this is where the kill swing and the momentum is really going to come back to bite Iniquity Baby. All the kills are coming through, but they do at least manage to take one off the hill. But Toki, he still needs to keep his head down and still needs to try and at least take the man off the hill, but this is looking dangerous now. 5 seconds remaining. Somebody's got to touch it. Johnny's just keeping his head down, just staying out of the madness, and it looks as though with 2 seconds left, that is going to be map number 1 done. Vitalized Black managing to take it. Pabs 250 to 218.
Man, look at that control on that P1, man. That is one of the most contested hills in Vanguard at the minute, and the control from Vitalized Black is unreal. You know, they didn't ever get phased by the fact that they were behind in the map. They played the game, they got the kills. That where they were kind of windy at the start, they just started to pick things up, and then look at that control, man. They had that P1 locked down, and they just couldn't be bullied off it, and that is the quality that you expect out of the players in that side.
Yeah, and as soon as those kills came through, obviously, when they started throwing glide bombs at that P1, it just became so difficult for Iniquity to even get near and touch the hill, and they just kind of blew them out the water towards the end of it. But it did go toe and toe. Obviously, Iniquity Baby, they had a pretty sizable lead up to a certain point, but they just really struggled after it quite closed out towards maybe like the final quarter, the last 2-3 hills.
Last 3 hills.
Yeah, Iniquity Baby, they really keep up.
The transition from Church over to that kind of where they control the bottom basement, they committed their players early, and despite the fact that Iniquity Baby committed 3 players to it, 2 of the Vitalized Black players were just able to hold it. And we talk about this difference between teams, you know, with different levels, and we saw it with the Young Cretins and people like that. They can have one player who might be able to deal with three incoming opposition, and there you've got 2 players dealing with almost the whole team, and that just got them back level peg and got them 20 seconds ahead. And then when they went to P1, they just couldn't be budged off it. So yeah, just an awesome performance. And who's there at the end? You know, the player that was kind of negative for the large proportion is Johnny getting the big kills. So, you know, one thing I would say about him is he's so efficient. His kills just matter so much. So yeah, huge performance. But again, as well, you've just got a doffy cap to Aroma who just, you know, quality sub in, and he's just so consistent.
Yeah, so obviously map number 2, Berlin Search. What are you feeling for this one, Pabs? Because Vitalized Black, towards the end of the map, they did look very strong.
Yeah, this is it. They're warmed up. The shots are on point. They've got some big brains in there who've played an awful lot of S&D at a very high level. Again, though, you know, look at the performance from Higgy and that reverse. He did so well. So whether, you know, they can get some more of their players involved in the game, and maybe if, you know, Kez can get a couple of, you know, first bloods. First bloods, we've seen this before with Berlin. First bloods are vital in this map.
Yeah, so we are shortly going to get map number 2 underway, and we saw. I'm not sure if you witnessed it. Did they have where they had a Berlin? Oh, it was a hard point, so they weren't able to in the hard point on that one, Iniquity Baby. But their search and destroy, apart from the Bocage one, it did look pretty decent to take one off of Incentive, a very strong search and destroy team. So you'd be surprised if this one is heavily one-sided. I've got a feeling this series is going to be one that we're going to be going back and forth with right down to the wire. It wouldn't surprise me if all 5 of these maps become incredibly close.
Yeah, I think that they're a reasonably even matched team. I think you could probably argue that Incentive Esports S&D on Bocage is ideal for a team that aggressive. You know, any other S&D, they would probably get picked apart against a team like Iniquity Baby, but Bocage is probably perfect for Incentive Esports, so that might be why they've got highly aggressive players in Tesco and Joey and that. So this could be definitely a much closer matchup with teams that are looking to provide a little bit more strategy on a map that requires it.
Yeah. Now, Vitalized Black 1-0 up in the best of 5, and it'll be interesting to see kind of what search and destroy strats the run. See, grabbing the bomb, looks to go over towards B site. He will go, and it's actually something that I haven't seen from Iniquity Baby is a sniper. It's obviously... Oh, I've just made tweet my words. Toki's got it. Never mind. I was going to say before, when we've seen them, we haven't seen a sniper out of them on Berlin. It's obviously a very influential weapon on this map, especially for grabbing first bloods, but it looks as though Toki's going to be running that, so we've still got the excitement of potential sniper plays.
Yeah, it's nice to see, because we have seen some huge World Star plays on this map in particular from the likes of Liam, from the likes of Harry, and previously I think we've even seen them from Iniquity Baby. So it's nice to see Toki with a bit of confidence, but again, we've talked about its efficiency, and Gabe's going to go big and the bullets are going to go back in as we see a little bit of retribution go down there towards that bomb site. So not to be unexpected, but yeah, probably not the most efficient use of a weapon, and he pushed forwards really hard as well, man, which was wild.
Baby going to drop that first round. Gabe just getting some sweet revenge there on Toki, who shot his body in map number 1. So a good bit of rivalry there to see. And Lisa, dip in. Thank you for dropping by, Lisa. Hope you're well, and I'll catch you again shortly. Fingers crossed. Yeah, but round number 2, Pabs. be obviously an opportunity to see kind of what the boys of Iniquity Baby have got to offer. They did actually do a really good couple of adjustments on the bocage in the early stages, but I think they just kind of ran out of steam towards the end of the series. So it wouldn't surprise me if they try and mix things up here, especially with Toki running the sniper. It kind of gives you a bit more flexibility to try and open up lanes and play for different sites. But yeah, it's a team where when they're on it, Iniquity Baby, like especially the core three that they still have, they are very, very good. It's just at the moment they just seem to be a little bit off of what their normal pace tends to be.
Oh, that's a big kill. Kez absolutely beamed Gabe then. But yeah, I mean, one thing I would suggest with the sniper, especially, and I'm trying to keep things a bit concise, mate, is that sorry, it's great for gathering information. It's obviously great as a suppressive weapon, and Brindy just about to get tagged up by Toki, who manages to get a bit of revenge there. But yeah, it's great for gathering information. But whether it's effective, Toki pushed up quite high with it, and I'm just wondering whether that was probably not the smartest move. But right now, he is left. And again, we talk about the fact that he's going to have to go and pick himself up a weapon in this 1v1 because I'm sure he probably doesn't want to wield a sniper rifle against F Dot.
So it looks as though he has got the MP40, not a bad gun by any means to be picking up. So we'll see what he can manage to work here. F Dot just going all the way around.
Ooh, noisy.
Gonna see if he can check the right corner here. He's only 20 seconds left. He's looking to try and find out where Toki is. He's just playing this timer. Knows that he can sound him. F Dot. He's going to manage to clash in towards him. F Dot down. He will fly. Not able to win the gunfight on that occasion. And Iniquity Baby with a much needed round. Although it's only one, Pablo, it's always good to get yourself on the scoreboard right off the rip.
Man, the confidence to go off the top rope there with the handgun. F Dot they're just not phased by anything at all. But yeah, one on the board's good. It's good psychologically. It's good for confidence. Again, I just think this could be super close. If it's nearly as competitive as the first map was, this should be a truly exciting search and destroy. Right now, Higgy probably needs to get into the game, which is surprising. But again, they just don't know which way this is going to go. Potentially having two pickups in the same side could be problematic.
Looks as though Gabe might have got a lot of information. Toki, though, manages to grab the first blood onto Johnny on the cross. It looks as though maybe he's going to just try and hunt him down. Has he managed to spot him? Oh, hello, Gabe. I don't think he saw him on that occasion. He's just chilling outside the tank here. Going to spot him surely now. I think Toki might have got the read onto him here. Oh, never mind. Toki, they got a glimpse of him being around the corner, and I think Toki's actually leaving some on him. He is. So the rivalry is going to continue. Unfortunately, on that one, Aroma not going to come out on top. So now will be F Dot last man alive, and it's going to be a difficult 1v3 from here.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to go up against Toki, Scooty, and Kez in a one. F Dot potentially the player that could do it.
Kez.
And there you go. He's made it a 1v2. You don't want to reach out F Dot. I mean, two of the top players from the ACCL last season, but he's done really well to bring it back this far. And if there is one player, Major, who can clutch this up, it's going to be the big F here.
And 25 seconds left. He does have the bomb, and he's just going to go straight over to A and try and get it down. It looks as though Toki going to realise that he's making that adjustment, whether or not he can spot him quickly enough. Well, I think F Dot's going to get the bomb. Can he manage to get away with it? There'll be a tight one. F Dot, he knows he's out there. Oh, get this at the perfect time. F Dot manages to grab the second. So now 1 versus 1 up against Scooty. 1 versus 1. What can F Dot manage to muster up here? This will be an incredible moment, an incredible 1v3 if he manages to do it. Bomb goes down. Now Scooty, he's going to be the man on the hunt, and the time is not going to be with him. Dot just sound-oring it. Scooty, is he going to check the corner? F Dot spots him, and now it's a battle of the gunny, and F Dot comes away with the win on that occasion. What a moment there from the young lad.
Man, if they take this game, that is the play of the game. There is no one going to top that 1v3 and a bomb plant. That is insane plays. And it just shows you the caliber. Last year voted, the best player in the ACCL and definitely the one to watch for this season. And he proves it right there. I mean, he's just taken apart three of the best Call of Duty players in the UK, you would suggest right now. And that was an unreal play.
Well, big brain plays there from Mr. F-Bot. Really good work from him. The boys Baby are going to be trailing once more, so it's going to be another A push. These boys, whether Gabe is getting really aggressive in towards middle map again, so if he goes for a quick wrap here, he might be able to catch out a couple of players. He's actually going to meanwhile over towards the other side. Brindy in the mix-up manages to take down one. Does manage to spot, I believe, one of the players at least. Can he get himself around back? Kills enough. Toki might have spotted Gabe, and he does. Nice shots once again from Toki. Didn't miss a bullet, it seemed. Takes him down, so it is now going to be a 2 versus 3. Brindy, the last 2 up, and the bomb still in the hands of Kez. They've not given themselves a huge amount of time to work with. It looks as though they might try and rewrap this, and I'm not sure if Johnny has spotted this rotation. It looks as though he might have, because he is lining them up pretty much down his scope. He's waiting for them to transition over, and Brindy actually manages to get quite a big kill there, Pablo, just to try and catch out that player in the transition, and now 2 versus 2.
Man, I apologize. I was completely lost in this game for a second there because they have started to take this so seriously. The caution and respect with which they've given each other, despite the bullets going in. This has been a hell of a game so far. And Johnny in a 1v2. And, you know, if you want one player on this side that could potentially pull this off, even with a sniper, you would suggest Johnny W is the player. But again, we talk about this, the lack of efficiency with this gun. He's got to do such a big job now. Probably perfectly played to protect both, you know, 2 players to protect that bomb, knowing that Johnny maybe had the sniper.
Good plays there from the boys of Iniquity, baby. On that occasion, they do manage to get the round completed. Just playing back to back, playing the smart play there in that B site, knowing it's a bit of a mountain to climb with that one with the sniper and the pistol at hand. So it's going to go back to tied once again, and it'll be the boys of Vitalized Black here to see on this offensive round. If you did miss map number 1, guys, Vitalized Black took it 250 to 218 on Tuscan Hardpoint. Johnny and Aroma currently filling in for Vitalized Black, which we don't get to see. Oh, and another bullet whizzing past the head of Scooty. Not going to grab the first blood on that occasion, Pablo, but it's still a menace on the map. Even if you know the sniper's there, you just got to try and keep your head down, and it makes people a lot more hesitant.
Yeah, and this is why we talk about it as a really effective suppressive weapon. You know, aside from gathering information, knowing where the players are pushing, you know, it just gives that player the thought they're going to either have to try and squeeze through quickly or not. And Johnny able to get a headshot there, so you know he's playing really well with this gun. But it's just, it's a wild. It's lovely to see it back. It's great to see the sniper back, but 2v3 and Iniquity baby again back on the back foot. And Higgy really needs to try and replicate that performance he had in the previous Bocage S&D over on Berlin.
Get the shots in, or no, unfortunately not on that occasion. So now it is going to be Toki, last man up. F dot playing that same corner that he did before. I think he might get some good timing here onto Toki, but no, maybe not. They're going to just whiz past each other. Call of Duty timing perfectly. Oh, never mind. Oh, Toki manages to fly over the top and get the first pick. He's only got 15 seconds left to work with, so it's going to have to be something absolutely monumental. He's not going to manage it, but geez, sniper plays. It's just great to see it back in Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's insane. But that from the top rope again, I mean, the guy is flying and he gets me. It looked like F Dot just stopped mid fight. He was just he was amazed more than anything else. Like, am I in WWE? What is going on? But yeah, hell of a performance. And again, we're just seeing, you know, some world star plays with the sniper. You know, Johnny was potentially approaching struggle bus territory, and he's 3-5 now. So he's very, very effective so far with that sniper. And you know, just enough to put a bit of doubt in the minds of Iniquity baby.
Now, 3-2 up, lead Vitalized Black. Now regain that advantage, and this is going to be a free plant here for Kez. Nobody on the side of Vitalized Black is here. Surely he's going to look to try and stick this pretty much as soon as possible. Still got a couple of players watching over him. Scooty, there's the first blood, manages to take down Brindy as well. So now Gabe is trying to work his way around the back. He's going to get spotted by Kez, and Kez will get the trade. So it is now a 2 versus 3. F Dot and Johnny, the last 2 up. Can they make it work? Spotted. Toki has F Dot, and he manages to grab 1. So now 1 versus 2. And managed to spot Scooty at the back there. F Dot, confidence is flowing. Is he going to go for the chow? Check inside as well. There's so many corners to check. And when it's a 1 versus 2, it is not an easy thing to do. He will hop inside. There's a Scooty's here. But it looks as though the pinch, surely any second now, is going to come from Kez, and surely he gets the kill. He hears the bomb plant. Oh, Kez! Oh, they're a little bit windy. Oh, okay, Kez, thank God for that. He manages to get the kill, but geez, Kez with the shaky leg on that occasion almost manages to let that one slip.
I was like, you're supposed to shoot the player, not shoot round him. That's insane playing. You know, you get from one extreme to the other. Scooty absolutely beamed Brindy cross map, but must have been laser-like precision. And then you go to the next extreme where you've got Kez, you know, writing his name in the wall before killing F Dot. But yeah, you know, not something you would expect from a player of his caliber, but he got the job done in the end.
Kez has been drinking, who knows? Little windy shots. Pre-New Year's, get a couple of bevies on the go, but boys of Iniquity baby, back on the defensive side. Wow, this is aggressive. He just flies straight out the doorway. He's able to at least grab 1. That would have been a bit worrying if he hadn't, because he just gifted pretty much a free kill to anyone who was in that area, but now it's just going to be Gabe, now last man up, 1 versus 3. Scooty's hit. He will spot him, and this should be a kill, and he does manage to make it a 1 versus 2 now, so Get the bomb down. He is just going straight for it, not messing around. The other two players of Iniquity Baby nowhere near. So this will be a free plant. Now, oh god, straight into the line of sight of a couple of assault rifle players, and he realizes he wants absolutely nothing to do with that. Instant U-turn, but he's got a lot of work to do, Paz. But this is the potential moment. Oh,
Oh,
one versus
beauty.
two. Oh, Gabe. Oh,
No!
almost manages to get it done. Higgy will get the defuse, but what scary times there for Iniquity Baby. They almost let that one slip. Higgy
Man,
just...
if anything, man, that tells you just how much of a job that F-Dot did in that 1v3. If you're seeing, you know, Aroma struggle and he was so close to getting that and the bomb plant, then it just tells you just how good F-Dot is. But so close, man. You know, you're praying for someone to get that third kill, but not to be an Iniquity Baby. Finally on the front foot, you would suggest, you know, you would hope the team that are more balanced and have had that greater kind of longevity would be the team in front. But right now, mate, this is everything we hope for. It's so close.
Quick shout to Blix Chelsea Thanks for dropping by. Good to see some returning faces as well as we go in towards round number 8. See now, to do. It looks as though a push is going to be the call for Iniquity Baby. Hey, Johnny's going for flank round the back, and Scooty manages to catch out Gabe across the map, and Higgy grabs one as well. So now Johnny needs to try and make the play. Can he get the shots into Kez? He will collide with a couple. Isn't going to grab the kill though, and that bomb is now going down at a site. So Scooty not messing around. They've cleared out the site. They're trying to do their most with it. They've got looking for a kill. Takes down Kez. So now it makes it slightly easier. 2 versus 3, but now they've got to try and work inside the time of Pablo and get that bomb defuse as well.
Yeah, this is a huge ask because you've obviously got number 5 there, Toki, already looking to see if there's going to be anyone coming around the back or potentially going for the cross. He's going to be tucked into that corner and just waiting for F-Dot to come up the stairs. You're going to see him drop Higgy right there, and this is going to be a huge ask now with Johnny in a 1v3 again. We're seeing so many of these, and the aggression coming out of the boys in red. But great shots from Johnny. Is he going to get the 2-piece? No, right there to trade Iniquity Baby, and we're just starting to see that that more cohesive team just start to get the picks and play like a team should.
Around there, boys of Baby, as they are trailing. I saw in the chat, I believe someone was asking, but it was 250 to 218 was map number 1 on a Tuscan hard point. So they are now leading, and Iniquity Baby only round away from map number 2 and tying up the series. And as we kind of anticipated, Pablo, it wouldn't surprise me if we go 1-1, then 2-1, then 2-2, then 5, and then 3-2.
Honestly. Absolutely. Desert next, that's be anyone's map. And then we hit a Gavutu, and again, you would expect the team with just a bit more cohesion to do well. So honestly, we could be finding ourselves at a midnight Tuscan. And what better way to round off a year than that, man? This has been a hell of a start, a hell of a crazy start to a Call of Duty. But right now, mate, F-Dot is 10-6, and there's still 2 rounds down. So potentially, you know, we could go all the way in this crazy place. Unfortunately, he's going to drop 10-7. But this is a big moment for them, 3v3. Still a lot to do.
Johnny spots Toki across the map. Not able to get the kill, though. Managed to tag him up. Time ahead. Go down a little bit. Toki, big kill. Manages to open it up. Manages to take down Brindy. The bomb's still down, though. So those arrows from Iniquity Baby, they need to fly. They need to fly quickly. Out around the corner. Flies Toki, and he manages to get some godly timing. So now it is Gabe, last man up again. Is he going to check the bomb? Because Kez is on it. He's just defusing it straight away, and they're going to get the defuse regardless. And they're going to take the round. Iniquity Baby going to take the search and destroy in pretty comfortable fashion, Pablo. 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, it did look really solid, like it was going to go to around 11 at some point, but they just started to work better together, started to feel themselves, and you know, you just started to see, and again, Toki's just such a solid pickle, having a really good game, 11-5, man, that is unreal performance from a player who is clearly of a very high caliber, and just dragging that team through that, because that could have easily slipped away from them.
Yeah, so we are going to press in towards our map number 3, which is going to be Desert, Pablo. So we quite like this map, don't we? It's kind of one that's grown on us, considering we've been casting so much Bocage. I think it's just nice to have a different change of scenery, and it seems to be a map that we're seeing more and more in the rotation at the moment.
Yeah, it's such a weird one. It plays totally differently. It's got the kind of same geography as something like Berlin in terms of size, but the way that the hills work and in terms of where the hills are placed, kind of like just play so differently. You've got this hill that's elevated that requires kind of a really suicidal route, or you've got a mantle, so you've got all those weird animations that you've got to deal with to try and break the hill, and then you've got the most open hill. I think it's got to be the most exposed hill that I've seen in a
Yeah.
long, long time. Maybe Arklov Peak potentially at the closest you would get to that kind of hill, but Desert Siege is wild, and I absolutely love it. Now, after seeing the Spanish lads play it like 10 times, I'm starting to appreciate it.
The one where Siege is, yeah, that P1 Pablo. You literally, I think you have a wall, and I think that's all you got to work with. So it's
Honestly,
like somebody's got to do is lob a nade, and you are absolutely screwed. But we are now getting in towards our map number 3, guys. So the teams tied up 1 apiece. Load in, get everything underway. So it'll be interesting to see how the boys set up off the rip, Pablo, because as you mentioned, there's almost nowhere where you can kind of sit. It obviously does seem to favour the team on the side of Vitalised Black in the early stages, but even so, it's still hard to keep your head down.
mate, you'd have more cover tied naked to a lamppost. It's got that little by way of cover. It's partially destructible. You can shoot through it. This is a wild hill, and it really does lend itself to getting set up for those secondary rotations. You can already see the team in blue just looking to try and control the middle of the map, that map, which we saw time and time again from a team like the Good. They get control of that kind of university area, and then they can dominate. And obviously, with one thing in mind, getting as much time as humanly possible on this without losing those spawns. So big fight about to go down. I think it's going to be Brindy versus Scooty, and it is going to be Brindy who loses out there. But you know, this is a crazy map, man.
Yeah, nice shots coming through. Iggy to take down F Dot on that occasion, so it will be Vitalised Black on the early point, but Gootie's going way around the back.
Yeah.
He's doing it really quickly as well, so he might be able to make the play. Gabe just shift to the side there. He had a little inkling that somebody might be coming on the flank, and Scooty, good work. 2 on the flank, takes them both down, so now Roma going to try and stay alive on the hill. He can't manage to do it, but look at the players again from Vitalised Black. They just managed to regain the back spawns, work their way in, a 4-man wipe, and they're back on the hill.
Yeah, just unfortunate for Scooty. He did manage to wipe on 3/4 of the team, but just not enough players from his own side push far enough up. And because they get wiped, they just don't get the spawns. And it's going to be Vitalised Black with the advantage again. But obviously, I think you're probably going to start seeing those boys in red start to think about that P3 kill. And again, this is another wild one. You've already got Gabe with the big brains just trying to get set up. So right now, this could be a big moment. And Vitalised Black could potentially, if Gabe's able to do something big here, they could get a really solid lead. And this is the one problem you face in Desert Siege. It's really difficult to try and break that lead once a team's got it.
Yeah, and Meraki with the play. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. A shout out to him and to everyone tuning in. I think I said, how comes Pablo isn't casting? Well, unless my ears aren't working, I believe he is. But it's now a case of Vitalised Black, 4 in a row for F Dot, and this kill really important as he manages to get 5. So good work from the young lad once again. Manages always to seem to put streaks together, with big moments in for big plays, and does manage to do it a little bit there. We'll get taken down, so Iniquity Baby back on the hill, soaking up the time, and we are actually going to see the investment of the glide bomb straight away, Pablo. I'm surprised they've used it this early on, but obviously they don't want the boys of Iniquity Baby to have much of a amount of time on this hill at all.
I think it might be a sign of respect, you know. I think they've probably gone into this thinking that they would have somewhat of a fight, but they might just dominate, obviously, with the presence of Johnny and Aroma. But I think they just need, that's a sign of respect. They just need to get as much time. They want to get a lead because they know this team are super strong. I think you've got to really just, you know, doff your cap to Kez, by the way. Beginning of that hill, he sniffed out Aroma, man. He sniffed them out. And it was just a really big play, and that's brought this game back to almost evens. And you know, we've got to say hats off to Iniquity Baby for just not letting that lead get too far.
Yeah, and also follows from Meraki from X6. Thank you very much, guys, for the follows. We are in map number 3 if you are just joining us, between these two in the ACCL First Division, and Scooty in a bit of a predicament at the moment, just trying to stay alive. He will fly straight around the corner into pretty much an inevitable death as bullets were just flying through the doorway into his face. So it will be Johnny inside the hill. He's going to fall. They've still got Gabe out the back, though. Can he manage to work anything else? Scooty around the side. Nice reads, though, from Gabe. Manages to take down Scooty. Will get taken down, though, likewise from Higgy. So they're still in the hill. Brindy just soaking up the time. And 13 seconds left, Pablo. This is kind of the territory of now, okay, we need to kind of rotate this one and get control of the middle building. And so that's exactly what Iniquity Baby have opted to do.
Yeah, they've committed so many players to that hill, and it just tells you just how important and how difficult it is to try and maintain any control. You can see just players push through, and that's Johnny almost gets the two piece and is almost able to take complete control. But yeah, again, it just shows you how difficult this is to break as well. And one of the reasons you see teams commit so many players is just to ensure that they get that easy first 15 to 20 seconds. And you can see just Iniquity maybe a very slender lead right now on the kill feed does appear to just kind of like three-quarters of the way towards the boys in red, but Johnny looks like he's come to
Oh!
life, and Jesus, is he going to get the glide? Two more? Oh, finally dropped, unfortunately. I think if you're going to look to as well, Aroma on the AR could be massively important going into like the third rotation of this.
F Dot and Johnny putting up some decent numbers for the vitalized black lads. Baby though will regain that lead as we go over towards the P1. That is exactly everyone knows Johnny W can do. So 3 really big kills there from him, but Iniquity regardless will get that scrap time. But it's going to be Higgy, just the lone man on the hill. He's the one that's pulled the short straw and spawned closest, so he's going to be the man on the receiving end of quite a few tacticals and nades. And good opportunity now, Pablo, for them to potentially try and push this lead out far, because you can see where those blue arrows are spawning. They're not exactly spawning close. They've got to spend at least 10 seconds just to even try and get near to Higgy on the hill. And at the moment, the boys are doing a good job of keeping him alive.
Yeah, really nice setup from Iniquity, baby. They took kind of a large proportion of that middle of the map, and it forces the team to spawn out all the way over towards kind of like back armory, and that allows them to get a almost free 30 seconds. So really good play by Iniquity just to start to stretch that lead out, and you wonder now why F-Dot invested that glide so early. I think these guys have realised that they're in a match, and Kez about to just return the favour right onto F-Dot's head, though, right onto Johnny's head. But yeah, awesome play right now from the boys in red, but it's super tight, mate, and there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, Kez is having a really good map at the moment. He's struggling on some previous ones, but he's doing a good job now. 17 and 8 for him to try and push out the back for potential spawns. Johnny will still be there over at the new rotation, but he's going to hold it other side of it, so we'll see how check these corners. Johnny up top, a position that I've never actually seen before, but he manages to get the kills and vitalize black with the early time, and Scooty now the last man out the back. But you can see the spawns. That is exactly what this P2 spawn is like, Pablo. Even though you can have some sort of control out the back, if you don't push someone all the way out, they just still spawn there.
Yeah, you've got to get complete control of the back if you want to hold it, but there's probably a good, you know, there's a reasonable argument for holding from the front, because obviously you want the players to be set up to make that foot race going into next. Oh my days, F-Dot is a disgusting player at times, and on a 3 streak, he's on a 5, he's got the glide, he needs to be put down. You know, if you see this player going big, he potentially could cause absolute murder in that P1 when they get to the next rotation. But yeah, absolute plays out the boys in blue right now.
ACCL rifle player of the year, man. What 3 kills that was. He's now on a 6 as well, so the streak is going to continue. F-Dot even more as the boys have vitalized black. That hill will manage to push the lead out themselves. 30 points, really good hold there. Those boys, and now how is the break going to unfold? Johnny just looking down the lane, clean shots there. Take down Toki. We are going to see a glide bomb as well from F-Dot being invested to take the man off the hill, and it's a really smart investment, because this hill is one where when you're in there, Pablo, it's all good. It's just getting in there that can sometimes be the difficulty.
That's it. Just, you know, despite the fact that they've got players swarming around that hill, it's almost suicidal trying to break in. And this is going to be probably F-Dot with the handgun. He's an absolutely animal at times. But yeah, it's a really difficult one to break. You can see how much investment's gone in, and they still haven't got a foot on the hill thus far. Finally takes, you know, 2 big kills from Johnny to be able to get in, and that's only going to leave them with 20 seconds. So we're back to a 10-second game, mate, and it just tells you, you know, you do have to throw bodies at this, though. You cannot give away time, because, you know, a team could potentially lock this down for the full 60.
Yeah, and it is going to be in charge of securing the remaining 5 seconds of trap time, it seems. So we've quite pushed up here. Be able to catch out 1, maybe 2 players on the rotation. Scooty's going to do a good job, though, down that right-hand lane. Manages to take down 1. Shots go to Gabe, but he's not going to get the kill, Toki, so just going to reposition for the time being. But so F-Dot, he managed to worm his way up, and he manages to take the man out of the hill. So Scooty out the back, going to be forced to reposition. See if he can manage to get any more players out of this hill, because this is a difficult time now for the boys of Iniquity, baby. Toki's actually on a 5 streak, but they've still got the vitalized black players on the hill. They finally get them off. They're slowly edging their way closer to this 200-point mark.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been wild, man. I'm engrossed in this game. You know, sometimes I've got to pinch myself and remember that I'm actually casting it, because It is wild. The trades go back and forth. You know, you've not really got one player at the minute who's completely dominating. Maybe F dot at a push, but it's been a wild game. To think that he's on 29 and 17 with like 1 minute 16 hill time, and there's still only about 20 seconds between the two teams is absolutely mind blowing. And we're potentially hitting a third rotation soon, and it's still got time on the clock that can be go either way. So right now, they just, I mean, if anything, this is probably the best advert I've seen for the ACCL in a massive amount of time.
Brindy getting his fourth kill, only able to take down one. Kez is going to be there for the trade, so the boys of Iniquity, they're going to have to work their way back into the hill, which they look like they had some early control of. F dot playing prone, and Gabe looking over him, looking after him, manages to grab a kill there onto Higgy. So kills coming through as of yet for Iniquity Baby, and they can still win off this hill. Vitalized Black, so the contest is going to have to come through. Game is going to fall. F dot looking for another couple of kills, and he does just that, as they're only requiring 21 seconds now to take this one. Big kill though from Higgy. A big couple of kills for him. Manages to keep his team's hopes alive, and Kez is going to be there to help reinforce him. And now this is where it gets a little bit messy and a little bit scrappy for every single second of time. But they are holding strong, Iniquity Baby. They're still holding on for the time being, but now this important rotation, Pablo, could be make or break for them here.
Mate, tell me stuns are OP without telling me stuns are OP. That stun just destroyed Higgy. It was on a 3 streak as well. Insane. But again, we end up at this P1. This is so reminiscent of that Tuscan Statue Hill. We always end up here at the end of the game. It's 229 to 218. And we've seen Iniquity Baby. They've had this really nice kind of slaying across the board, while it looks like Vitalized Black have been practically dragged through by F dot and Johnny. This is an insane game, and we're about to potentially see it get tied up. So huge plays. It is going to be down to Gabe to get back on the kill right now, and this has been a crazy play. This could be massively vital. This Clyde is going to take Aroma off the hill, and that's going to be vital because they only need 10 seconds. They got to get on this hill now.
Yeah, somebody's got to be quick here. F dot is just keeping his head down. He just needs to stay alive, let his team do the work around him, because 2 seconds remain. I don't think they're even going to be able to touch it, and they're not going to be able to. F dot and the boys of Vitalized Black, they are going to take another respawn, Pablo, 250 to 226, and retake the lead.
Man, you cannot let Johnny W warm up in a game. It can't be allowed. The guy is insane. And then when you think he's got F dot next to him, who's gone absolutely off in the hill, that is Johnny W taking over a match. 34 and 29, 22 untraded. And then you look above him, and there's 28 untraded kills from between them. That's like 60 untraded kills, almost 50 untraded kills. It's insane plays, and you just cannot let him. He gets to grips with that map, and from that University Hill during the second rotation, they just started to edge forward, and it was exactly the same in that first hard point. So Vitalized Blackman just looks so tidy with this 4-piece.
Yeah, those boys, when they get going and the spawns, the kills come through, they just seem to be an absolute unit on the map. Iniquity Baby, they did their best in that one, but and the boys of Vitalized Black, when they hit that gear with the kind of players that they've got on that roster, obviously the likes of Aroma, the likes of Johnny W, with the already talented F dot and Brindy, it's the roster that you look at and you're like, Jesus, if these guys click, that is exactly what we're going to get. And we saw it in stages, although we're only seeing glimpses of it where they're not an official team, they're only filling in. When it clicks, my God, it clicks well.
Man, you got to think like Aroma's essentially come in for Smudge, and Smudge is, and it's insane. Like he's been so solid. Like if you go over the stats again, you would practically argue that he had his feet up in that game, but he played so well. And it's literally, Johnny W and F dot just put these huge numbers. Now, when you consider how efficient Johnny W is in terms of those kill to time that we talk about in hardpoint, man, he is unreal. And Iniquity Baby have got a hill to climb, and Gavutu literally a boat to climb.
Yeah, so we are now loading in towards our map number 4, guys. Boot suit, hardpoint. It'll be interesting to see, Pablo, whether or not they manage to take 3 respawns, because Iniquity Baby, they did look good on the search and destroy. It's just the respawns at the moment with the it just feels like horsepower of Vitalized Black. It's just it's going to be another map where potentially, if they don't manage to go big in terms of slaying and numbers, it's going to be another difficult one for them. But straight off the rip, 3 go down, and that's a good start.
You would argue maybe this P1 is perfect for Iniquity Baby. Kez is like super handy, super aggressive. He loves being in those kind of tight situations where he's got players around him that he can drop. But it's just, can they perform as a team? And obviously the first thing you need to do is make sure that no one gets streaks on both sides, so you don't get control of that P3 kill. But again, it's just Iniquity Baby looking solid. But we've seen this time and time again. They've got to stay solid throughout the whole game and not let Johnny W and F dot just take over the map one more time.
Yeah, and it looks as though they've done it, at least in the early stages here. Sizable lead for now, but now the race of rotation. It was actually an interesting point was F. right off the rip. He was making those plays over towards the boat side. Obviously wanted that high ground to kind of get that map control, but it's not necessarily something we've always seen on Gavutu. A lot of people, they tend to leave it till maybe 10, 15 seconds to try and push into boat, but F. went straight there, which although it sacrificed a lot of that P1 hill time, you can see the control now the Vitalized Black have over the boat, so it looks as though it might pay dividends for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose there's an argument to be made that you've got like quite a lot of coverage over towards the spawn area, over towards dockside if anyone pushes around the flank, and a little bit towards P1. So it's kind of an intelligent move. And obviously, if you don't particularly get any picks, you're already set up for P2. So right now, though, I think Iniquity Baby have done a massively good job of just pinning these back and stopping them from getting any like real hold on any of the kills. So good play so far, and you do need to see the likes of Kez and the likes of Higgy start to have a performance that we've seen from the other two players in the previous game.
Yeah, and it's a surprise when you see any out of the core three of Iniquity Baby. Obviously, Toki's come in so far and done a really good job, but on Cold War, these boys were an absolute menace on the map. They had people saying, can you monitor cam for us, please, because we're a little bit questionable over you guys, but they're such a talented group that when they do get going, they are so difficult to budge, but they do have a sizable lead, at least for the early stages here. It will be Scooty keeping his head down, but now F. Man who has been so consistent for Vitalized Black so far pretty much the whole season, looking for more kills, but good work there by Higgy. Three for him, manages to chop down every single player in transition, but they have got Johnny in the back. It's just a case now of whether they can coordinate this push.
Yeah, absolutely. And Higgy's got the glide, so, you know, they've potentially got that to push out on the next hill, or they've got to keep it for the next rotation, and they might be able to get control. So Iniquity Baby are probably in the strongest position they've been. Higgy cannot be put down. He went on an 8 streak previously. He had a massive S&D in the previous game. Finally does fall. 12-5 though, man. It looks like he's on fire. If Kez can join him, this could be a huge game. And mate, you said it earlier on, we could be hitting a game 5 if they can maintain this pace.
Yeah, this is an incredible start here from Iniquity Baby. They have blown them right out of the water, and Higgy has been a forefront to it. Likewise as Scooty, both double positive or more. Still lurking over towards that P1, but look at the positioning from Iniquity Baby. They've got so many players over towards the hill, and they've got a lot of coverage down this left-hand side of the map. So it'll be interesting to see how Vitalized Black off to try and break this Toki. Nice nade there from Johnny, able to take him down. So they are going to edge a little bit further closer. The spawn should still come out the back. Oh no, they've actually spawned out by Johnny pushing this right-hand lane. Somehow Toki has spawned out the back. We've seen it so many times, Pablo, where players still spawn out the back. But Vitalized Black, they've got a good movement there, and they've got all players spawning out in the back, and that's a clean break.
Man, that is wild. That is like that two split push. I don't know whether that's a big brain play from someone on Vitalized Black, but they split down the left and down the right, and they managed to get spawns just because they were able to push up like that past that median line. That is insane spawns in this game. But absolute work from Iniquity Baby to push back through and get that. And it does look like they've managed to get that kind of slaying power that allows them to be the bullies on the map, which is what they needed, because, you know, for the last 2 hard points, they've completely fell off towards the end, and right now they need to just stay big, and unfortunately made it starting to look like that blue kill feed starting to come back. Terrence Gabe is on top. He's in that power position. This could be a problematic time, and although that scoreline looks super wide, that can close real quick.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time with Gavutu. If you can streak those hills 3, hills 4 together, you can get pretty much 100 seconds of time if you hold it well, and Toki will get the trade onto Johnny on that occasion, but it's still going to be Iniquity Baby on the hills, so Brindy try and work his way up. Can he make anything of it? No, not able to on that occasion. Looks as though Gabe is going to try and take a slightly longer route to try and make a sort of play and pick out those players in the building, because they're really struggling to just transition over at the moment. F got up the top, only able to pick off one, but Iniquity Baby, they're still keeping the man alive on the hill. Higgy just keeps his head down, staying out of danger, and this has been a really good hold from Iniquity Baby, Pablo, and they are pushing this lead out to a really sizable one now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just look like a much more composed team. Sorry about to choke on my own words. But yeah, absolutely, Higgy has absolutely dragged them through with a solid support from Scooty as well. And then you look at Kez, he's 9-9, but not minute 53 on the hill, not someone you would massively consider to be your objective player, usually a heavy slayer, but really good performance. And I would suggest, mate, that, you know, there's way too much time and way too much quality in these boys to let this slip. So we are potentially going to be hitting that Tuscan S&D, which is, it's just awesome.
So now 200 points imminent now. Oh, Kez, hello, he's woken up now. He's actually finally decided to arrive. Mr. Kez with 2 really big kills coming through there, spinning straight onto F. And that is exactly what they've needed to do here in Iniquity Baby. They have bullied Vitalized Black so far on this respawn. Only F. is currently looking any sort of green at the moment as he's 20 and 12. The rest of the other boys currently struggling. They're really doing a good job here in Ixie Baby of keeping these big hitters silent. Kez in the kill, another couple of kills from Kez, 5 in a row, and this is looking really, really dangerous now for Vitalized Black because unless they get a really big hold and save themselves some blushes, this is going to be a blowout.
Man, we talk about how good our, the players that we've kind of like cast up with from the ACCL, and you can understand why some of the higher echelon AM players like, can you monitor Cam, where you get this skill from? But this is where we're starting to see that blend, where we're starting to see the top end players interacting with these guys a lot more. Kez is flying right now. He's on a 6 streak, 15 and 9. He's got nearly 3 minutes on the kill. What a performance from Kez! Oh my days!
And that's a statement. 250 to 57 for Iniquity Baby.
Stats, man. Just look at the stats when it comes up, man. Kez has absolutely fried in this game, but not just that, man. Look at the time. It's nearly 3 minutes on the kill.
Mr. OBJ, big Kez, just keeping his head down, going about his business. And Pablo, we've got a midnight game 5.
Man, passion is wild, man. It's New Year's. It's probably going to be the last cast. I mean, I'm going to be out tomorrow night. I'm sure you're going to be imbibing tomorrow night. So what an absolute way to end this year. And it's perfect, man. We were going to talk about this. I was going to say this at the end, but the person who's enjoying this the most is Joe Preston right now. He's just set up the ACCL with the view of trying to get the best players in Europe, and he's slowly but surely doing it. And he ends the year with Johnny W, Roma, and Tohi mixing it up with players that we've kind of grown up with over the last year.
Yeah, so map number 5, Tuscan Search and Destroy. What a map, though, from the boys of Iniquity Baby when we thought, oh, hang on a minute, another hard point. They're going to struggle here. They just blew Vitalized Black out the water. If you did miss it, guys, and you are just jumping on board with us as HV... Oh, we've had a few, actually. T. Dot, is it Havertz? Thank you very much. And Abado with the follows. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, if you are just jumping on board with us... or Bowler. Yeah, we've now got ourselves a game 5, so Vitalized Black to take first 2. No, it was 1-0. It's basically gone 1-1-0, 2-1, 2-2, game 5. Yep. So we can't really complain. Vitalized Black looking good at the moment, and but Iniquity Baby with a real big statement, Pablo. So they're going to be feeling themselves going into this Tuscan.
Mate, you know what I'm going to do to you right now, because you haven't taken your opportunity to do it to me. Plant that flag, man. Where is this going? Because we know Iniquity Baby are good at S&D, but where are you feeling this heading?
Wow. Oh, man.
Just do it!
It's like, maybe they did play the Tuscan Search and they've won it against Incentive, and knowing kind of what S&D strats are like. But then Johnny W's Search, and he's got a pretty big brain for it. So, oh man, this is hard. I'm going to go... I'll go with the boys. I'll go with Iniquity Baby. I think I'll just stick my flag on that side. I'm happy to be proved wrong because of the talent that this Vitalized Black roster has. But I'd like to see Iniquity Baby take this one. Obviously, they came off the back of the 3-2 in the previous series, so it'd be good to see him pinch a 3-2 against this lot here.
Yeah, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go Vitalized Black. I think having vodded for Aroma for a little bit, he's just he's a smart cookie. When it comes to S&D, he's got like a sixth sense. And then you allied that with Johnny W, and F Dot is just on fire tonight. You talk about important kills in hard points, and I think F Dot does pad his stats out, but you can't pad stats in S&D. The kills count, and F Dot gets them.
And even so, I mean, yeah, there is the argument of important kills, but to be fair, when we see him, it's not like he's getting 40, 50 kills and then about 15 seconds on the hill. He usually gets a decent chunk of hill time,
yeah.
F Dot. So proving the haters wrong once again in this year's COD, because he's looking like an absolute menace on the map, and he's surrounded by talented players, so he can't really do any wrong at the moment the way it's looking.
Mate, he's outgunned, two you would consider Aroma was a former reasonably high-level AM player. And Johnny W is played with just about everybody and could potentially do the same again this season. So he's absolutely, he's not just mixing it, he's slightly ahead, I would suggest, and definitely a very capable player. And it wouldn't surprise me if you saw him eventually get picked up into a reasonably good challenges side.
Well, this is a rough start for Iniquity Baby, because Scooty is now the last man up. The spot Brindy can't grab the kill, and wow, very quick, very clean round from Vitalized Black. They now go 1-0 up, but yeah, that was a very good start considering the map they've just come off the back of. But we've seen it a few times, haven't we, Pablo? One team will get blown out of the water in a hard point, and then they smash them on the search. So it's kind of a case of like, well, what are we going to see? You never really know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just got to think that, they're a very aggressive side. They're very accurate. You got to go back to that cautious approach. You've got to go back and have a real think about just playing this with a bit of respect. You can't play this aggressively if you're an Iniquity baby. You've got to get your picks.
Now, Vitalized Black, 1 round to the good.
I'll be back in a sec.
The boys of Vitalized Black. First Blood, Brindy is going to grab it. Loki looking to try and work his way around that, and F-Dot has absolutely nothing to do with that. So now, ready, a difficult position. W, always been spotted by Scooty, but he couldn't manage to get the bullets to collide with him. Now, still looking for that pick. F-Dot just thrown underneath him. Is he going to spot him? F-Dot manages to get a couple of shots in. Not quite able to get the kill, though, either players, but now the collapse is potentially coming through. F-Dot slowly edging his way around Scooty. Is he going to check the corner? He isn't, and there's a kill. Higgy, now last man up, will drop, and that is another round there for the boys of Vitalized Black. 2 rounds in a row for them. So, boys, Vitalize trying to get a bit of a sustainable lead here. See what they can manage going into round number 3. So, for the early stages here, Vitalized Black looking good. F-Dot hasn't dropped yet, neither has Johnny or Brindy or Gabe either. So, pretty faultless from those boys. And on the flip side, Iniquity Baby still yet to get a first kill. So, now a bit difficult. Try and get their regain button pressed because they are being put to the sword here. Just in the early stages, Brindy straight on the bomb, no messing around, gets it down almost instantly. But where is that first blood going to lie? Johnny just keeping an eye over the top of Terrence. Gabe, can he get the kill? Yes, he can. First blood. Gabe manages to grab it on the flank, so they're going to know that nobody's really pinching anytime soon. And it looks as though Gabe's just going to make the most of this. He's going to try and work his way around the back. He's going to run straight into Toki. Can he get the kill? And 2 kills and body shots coming through from the man himself. Aroma, really big couple of kills from him. Manages to spot Scooty. Manages to grab the kill alongside his teammate. And another round for Vitalized Black. 3 rounds to the good. And Mr. Siege redeeming the sea in that one. Mr. Papa Higgy. That's a cam question mark. Oh. Just nasty, isn't he, Mr. Nasty. But look at the streak at the moment on the combined side of Vitalized Black. 10 in a row. Johnny is the only man that has dropped. So this is stellar coming out of these boys at the moment as we go in towards round 4. So what are the boys of Iniquity Baby going to do on the offense? It looks as though Kez is going to work his way up towards the bomb site. Just waiting for the plant. But now Scooty, are they going to check this corner? Johnny flies straight out, so there's a kill. And Gabe's just actually run straight through mid, so he's not going to be there for the trade, and he's going to get some bullets in. Is he going to get the kill? No, he's not. Toki makes him pay. The stun catches him out. The hip fire doesn't connect. And now it is a 2 versus 3. F-Dot and Brindy, last 2 up. This is a really big round, though, for the boys of Iniquity Baby. Can't afford to drop any more. Brindy manages to grab a pick. Stuck in middle map here, and he's got a different job on his hands here. F-Dot slides out, manages to grab the kill, so now it's all on Higgy. Can he manage to make the play? F-Dot's managed to get a glide bomb as well through all that madness, so it is now a difficult position for Iniquity Baby. Is he going to check this corner? He will. Oh, no, but Brindy, oh my days, makes him pay. And Vitalized Black, 4 rounds in a row. They are looking stellar.
Man, apologies, I did miss that round, but the hell is going on? 4-0, Iniquity Baby have just given up. We're seeing shots like that from Brindy. If you're a Vitalized Black fan, this must be awesome to watch. But right now, Iniquity Baby, man, we expected them to be so much better than S&D, and you've got Kez on a donut. What is going on? 3 players on 1. Definitely time to pick the socks up and start to get into this match.
And the way the boys of Vitalize are playing, forbid redeeming his Sue, and Relapse doing one as well. So now 4 rounds to the good. This is really dangerous. Now F-Dot, another first blood comes for him. 6 in a row. He still hasn't dropped. Neither has Brindy, and they are falling by the wayside. Iniquity Baby, they are just folding in half now. It is so difficult to try and get out of this ruckus because it is now Scooty 1 versus 4. He has got so much work to do, and the players around him, the Sharks, are now assembling. Gabe gets the kill, and that is 5 in a row, Pablo. Vitalized Black are going out with a bang.
Yeah, Vitalized Black just stamping their authority in the end because it's been such a close game, such a close series right up to that point. But Vitalized Black not only going into this 6th round, with their tails right up, but they've got air ordnance waiting for the boys in red. This has been a blowout and a half. What a sad way for Iniquity Baby potentially to end this. They played so well up to now.
exactly what we said. We've had maps before where teams batter someone on a hard point. You go to the search and it's a complete reversal, and that is exactly what's happening at the moment. Combined 14 between Gabe, F. Dot, and Brindy. Johnny's just chilling, and the boys at the moment, they are looking impeccable at the moment in this search and destroy. So now, so Iniquity Baby, they're going to try and resort to their B push potentially. Out they fly. Kez still struggling at the moment, and we're going to see a glide bomb come through. F. Dot going to use it and invest it. Can he manage to get the kill there onto Scooty? He can. So first blood, but Kez will manage to get a kill onto Johnny. At least he saves himself the blushes. Potential donut now onto his beloved breadstick, I suppose you could call it. But Kez still waiting to get the bomb down. They're hesitating here a little bit, Pablo, and this could be a bit of a dangerous play if they hesitate too long, because two players, Roma and Brindy, they're on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't put it past Vitalized Black to just beam everyone that they get in touch with. And you see him shots miss like that, so unusual. We do finally see Higgy finally get a kill, and it's going to be Kez in a 1v2. Big moment for him right now.
Big kill. Big kill onto Gabe. Now 1 versus 1 against the man who's been absolutely faultless, and he shows it once again. Vitalized Black. They take the map in impeccable style, 6-0, and they take the series 3-2.
Did F-Dot didn't get killed in that game, did he?
No, mate, he went 8-0.
Oh my days! That is F-Dot. You know, the ACCL vote him as potentially the best they are in the ACCL. Man, this is a player shaping up to be one of the best players in European amateur Call of Duty. You know, I could see him going all the way. What a performance right there against absolutely top level opposition. Man, that game is such an outlier compared to the rest of the games in that series. That is insane.
A weird one. So weird. Like the first few maps looked close, and then we had a blowout in map 4 and an impeccable search in map 5, 6-0. Didn't even get around. So it's, we even describe that one, Pablo. It just seemed to go from one extreme to the other and back and forth, and then Vitalized Black somehow come away with an impeccable end and an impeccable win.
You got to ask the question, like, was that just an absolutely awesome, flawless performance from Vitalized Black, or did Iniquity Baby just completely fall off the hill because it was such a slap? Like, what did it end up with? Like 4 kills on the side of Iniquity Baby, I think, in the end, or 5 kills in 6 rounds. That is insane. Like you've got to. The skill gap isn't that wide for that game to have existed in reality. It's insane, but it just goes to show you just how good F-Dot actually. I mean, the guy's been like the kill leader in 2 hard points. He's been the kill leader in that S&D. He got probably the play of the game, the play of the series in that 1v3 and bomb plant that he got in Berlin S&D, which was unreal. Like unreal play. F-Dot, man, is just like, someone's got to put a stop to him. He's unreal.
Yeah.
I think I've said unreal 4 times in that sentence. Then
it was an incredible moment there coming through from F-Dot. Don't normally see a faultless search and destroy, but Vitalized Black, they are going to come out on top of Mr. Higgy dropping by. See you, mate. GG's there, brother. Unlucky there. 2 really close series. Iniquity Baby could have taken either of them, but it is a 2 losses for those boys. But it wouldn't surprise me if they come back next time. Make a really good performance in their next one. But GG's all round, and for Bid with the other 500 biddies. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support from yourself and from everyone as well all evening. The numbers in the stream have been absolutely mental this evening, so a huge shout out to everyone who's tuned in. There's still 100 people chilling in the chat, so you guys are absolute menaces yourselves, and we're gonna
love this community, haven't you?
Yeah, man. This whole community is number one. I don't care what people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a big shout out to everyone who's dropped by. We'll quickly pop a raid on as well for one of the players in Mr. Aroma. You probably know who he is, not going to lie, but we'll drop him a raid anyways and transition over to him, obviously dropping by and playing for the first time, which we've seen, Pablo, so it's obviously good to see him come through. But yeah, a big thank you from myself and Pablo to everyone who has dropped by, and one final one for the chat. We'll give it one of those, and then a sue for everyone who's dropped by. Pablo, you know the drill. Come on, you got to do another one.
Sue!
We take those.
No,
yeah, a big shout out, and thank you again, guys, for tuning in. And back probably in the new year. Not sure what bring. We'll have to see how much alcohol's in the system. But regardless of that, yeah, big thank you to everyone, and we will catch you guys later.
Have a great new year, folks.